Members of the public, thank you for your patience as we wait for the closed session to end. The council will join as soon as that is finished. And for those of you that tried to join earlier and you had a link that didn't work, I apologize for the technical difficulties. No action was taken, so we still have a full meeting in front of us, starting with the public hearing. So thank you for your patience as we wait for the council to join us.
So I am seeing a lot of the council in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, So I think all the council is back in session. So I think we're ready to start the meeting again, if you'd like, Patrick.
The meeting's ready and members of the public are in attendance. I just would like to apologize to members of the public. In the beginning, we had a different Zoom running than what was listed on the agenda. You all are obviously here on the right link now, but we had to do some scrambling. There was no action taken prior to the council going into closed session, but I'd just like to look to the city attorney to see if we need to reiterate what the closed session was about, since the members of the public could not have joined before that.
It can't hurt, Patrick. And we may have members who are here now that wanted to have commented, so I can't hurt to receive those comments either, if it please the council.
Yes, please go ahead.
So let me shift to the right stack of paper here. I will reread the closed session description. And note that the council only conducted one closed session, not both that were listed. So, sorry, bear with me just a second. So the council conducted a closed session public employee performance evaluation under Government Code Section 54957, Subdivision B, concerning the city attorney position. The council did not discuss anticipated litigation with respect to the demand brought by Mr. Schenkman. So that closed session, as noted, did not occur. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And with that, I will announce that the City of Petaluma regular meeting of the City Council and the Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency is back in open session for our meeting of November 15th. And I will ask our deputy clerk to do a roll call.
Barrett,
Here.
Barnacle,
Here.
Fisher,
Here.
Healy,
Here.
King,
Here.
McDonald,
Here.
and Posta K.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you. And I'd like to announce at this time that we're having our public hearing item will be the first item on the agenda for the regular session, and it will be translated in Spanish. And I would like to introduce the translator, Martine, I believe it is, to make that announcement for our Spanish language listeners.
Hello, Mayor Barrett. I think, well, I'm hoping Patrick is ready to switch me over, but just I wanted to say that. Ok, señores y señoras de la comunidad latina de Petaluma, la alcaldesa Barrett está abriendo la sesión del día de hoy. Para quien quiera escuchar todo lo que se va a discutir en el primer ítem del temario de hoy, de esta noche, solo tiene que apretar el botón donde dice interpretación y buscar la selección español, y ahí usted tendrá el audio de toda esta parte en español. Muchas gracias. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. And we have already done the roll call, and now we will do the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now we'll have a moment of silence. And at this time, I'd like to mention the recent passing of Alice Revizo, who has been a native of our city and was once one of the head nurses at the community hospital of Petaluma before Petaluma Valley Hospital. Alice passed away this weekend, and I would like to adjourn the meeting in her memory. And now we'll have a moment of silence. Thank you. And now we're going to see if there are no agenda changes and deletions to the current agenda, other than what I just mentioned about taking the public hearing first. And now we will have a report out of closed session.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's no action to report tonight, but I wonder if you may not want to have our moderator check to see if people had public comments on the closed session, since they didn't have a chance.
We did have closed session comments before we went out to closed session.
But
The only issue is members of the public weren't able to join the meeting at that time. So to be safe, it might be fair to just ask now.
Okay, thank you. So we already
Thank
have
you.
checked with our deputy clerk that we did not receive any public comment on the closed session items. So I will ask our moderator to see if there's anybody in attendance who would like to speak on the closed session item we had.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I see some hands that have been raised for a while now. Right now, we're doing public comment on the closed session item only, the performance evaluation of the city attorney. So if you do not have a comment on that, please lower your hand. Otherwise, I'm going to share my screen and see if you have comments on closed session. Our first hand raised is John Hanania, followed by Leela Shestra. John, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Good evening. Well, I'm glad I'm able to speak about this. I'm sure your closed session performance was all in the positive, because all you do when it comes to your employees, it's positive, and you don't look about anything that they have done bad. You need to look and see how much Eric Danley has cost the city in lawsuits time after time after time. And I really hope, which is, I know you're not going to listen to anything anybody says, but I hope that you get rid of him and get somebody who's not going to lie to the community, as he has been lying to me time after time after time. And when I say he's lying, I have documents to prove it. I'm not just shooting my mouth off like you guys. But I don't understand why is it that you guys never listen to the public and you just shut off the public. And I know Eric has been around for some time now, but maybe it's time to get somebody new, and maybe you can get somebody who's actually look at the best interest of the community and the city as a whole. If you look how many millions of dollars he cost the city over the years because of how arrogant he is, but you keep that away from the public. You don't let the public know. I'll point one of them. Look at, the lawsuit with the firefighter. How much did it cost the city because of him and John Brown? That's all I have to say for tonight about that issue.
Oops, sorry about that. My next commenter is Leela Shestra, followed by Paul G. Leela, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Hello, I am Leela speaking. I have comments about the two things that regarding this smoke business, because
Leela, if I can interject right here, this is only about closed session, which is the performance evaluation of the city attorney. Those comments about the tobacco item would be appropriate for later. So do you have any comments on the performance evaluation of the city attorney?
yes, comments about the tobacco product, because fast and easy mouth 860 is, yeah,
Leela,
hello.
the tobacco item is later in the item. We'll need you to save those comments for later.
Okay, okay, okay then.
Okay, sorry about that.
Okay, sorry, thank you then.
All right, and the next hand up is Paul G. Paul, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Yes, thank you for my time tonight, esteemed council members, and thank you, Patrick Carter. I attest and affirm that the following statements are true, accurate within my personal knowledge. I believe you all received a letter from me on November 12th because Mr. Danley wrote me a letter with a bunch of fiction in it that I refuted completely. And he is trying to tell me in this letter that I refuted that somehow the public didn't have a right to inspection of records. In fact, it says specifically this for the record. Section 253 California Government Code, quote, public records are open to inspection at all times during the office hours of the state or local agency, and every person has a right to inspect any public record, except as hereafter provided, and they go through some exceptions. The records that we are seeking have no such exceptions. So clearly he's trying to sell a story that, oh, the public doesn't have a right to this. And the answer is, of course we do. And he started going off on a whole little thing about, oh, if you're asking for copies, then it falls into some other category. Folks, I'm not asking for copies. I did immediately do the correct thing. I filed on Tuesday, a week ago, a proper inspection of immediate records that for communications with regards to the shot clock and how it was managed or mismanaged for the St. Vincent Wireless Telecommunications Facility. The city has essentially just stuck their heads in the sand and done nothing with this immediate inspection of records request. And so everyone's breaking the law right now. And so at the end of the day, Mr. Danley is trying to somehow give it purchase that it's okay to do. No, that's not true. I read you the law. The law says what it says. So as the bottom line is, look, you have to go along with things. You have to actually go with what the public is asking. It's very simple to do. You just say, hey, who are the ones that communicated to XYZ person about this? Please pull your emails together and provide it to the public. It's that simple. But no, this is a big fight for everybody to just get records. There's nothing that needs to be reviewed. There's no attorney-to-attorney stuff. There's no personnel stuff. Okay? For sure, this is simple information. But Mr. Danley finds the time to waste everybody's effort and write such a letter that was fully refuted. Can we stop these games, please? Can you actually participate with the public, please? I have another letter from him from November 1st, 2021. And I said specifically 2 weeks ago, Mr. Danley, despite your wrap-up statement, I would like to see the citations that backs up what you're saying. Don't give any me. At the end of the day, you can't actually go ahead and cut off what the public is saying. Our time is sacrosanct. That's what the Ralph M. Brown Act is all about. And so you might have an opinion of what's relevant or not relevant, but Patrick Carter and no one else has the legal authority to cut us off because he doesn't like what we're saying. And so what you really need to do is you need.
Sorry about that, Paul, your time has expired. The next speaker, Leela, your comments about the tobacco retail license would happen later in the meeting. Please save them for that. With that, I will turn it back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And with that, we will close public comment on the closed items session. And now we're going to go into the public hearing. And at this time, I would just like to announce that there are 51 people in the public who are attending via the Zoom meeting. So I'm going to open the public hearing, and this is the public hearing number 2 to receive input from the community regarding boundaries and composition of districts for city council member district-based elections pursuant to election code section 10010. And we will start, we will have Eric Danley start this discussion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members of the public. So what we've got planned to introduce this item and to then receive council and public comment is I'm first going to introduce Kay Montplaisir with Redistricting Partners, who is going to present a PowerPoint presentation for us tonight that's going to provide a little bit of review regarding the California Voting Rights Act and districting, but then it's going to focus on communities of interest and public information regarding those, which are really the focus of these pre-release of maps hearings to help inform the council about the communities of interest that public feels ought to be maintained in the districting process. And once Kay has concluded, we're going to hear from Dylan Brady in my office, who's going to hit the high points in the staff report for this item tonight, which will also provide additional information about districting criteria and communities of interest. And we'll just state very succinctly some of the answers we provided to some important questions the public had last time about about districting that are addressed in our charter in ways that we don't have a choice but to comply with. So it'll be important for the public to be aware of those in thinking about the districting process. So with that, if I may, Madam Mayor, Kay, if you're ready to present your PowerPoint, now will be the time. And thanks for providing that and for being with us tonight.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much, Mr. Danley. I do not have the ability to enable my video. I'm wondering if the host can turn that on for me. All right, perfect. My name is Kamal Pleasure. I am a project manager with Redistricting Partners, and I'm going to go ahead and get this presentation started. All right, so welcome to our redistricting process slideshow, our presentation. We are going to go over some of the basics of redistricting, our traditional redistricting principles, and how you can give public comment. So what we're going to cover is the CVRA, or the California Voting Rights Act, and what that means for your district. We're going to go over districting basics, traditional redistricting principles. I'm going to go in depth on what communities of interest are. We're going to talk about how you can give public testimony on your community of interest, and then we're going to go over our public hearing schedule. So first, let's establish what the CVRA is. So the California Voting Rights Act takes a lot of the principles from the Federal Voting Rights Act and expands it regarding districted elections in two big ways. So the first of these is, as I'm sure some of you know, the federal law uses majority minority districts as a standard for those districts for vulnerabilities. But the California Voting Rights Act only requires the ability to influence a district. And the next big way that it's different from the federal Voting Rights Act is that the CVRA requires that plaintiffs get full reimbursement for legal fees associated with any successful challenge. So these can be lessened or eliminated if the district follows a strict and prompt process for districting. So now let's talk about what is districting. So districting is the initial process of creating election district boundaries. So these boundaries determine a lot, but they do not determine how the city decides to govern. So the cities can still work to achieve goals that benefit the city as a whole, rather than the interests of any single district. And it also does not determine how services or relationships between the city and the public are managed. What these boundaries do determine is eligibility to run for office. So anybody running for office must live within the boundaries to qualify. And it also determines who votes in the election. So only people that who live within the district or the zone vote for their board member. So we went over the initial process of districting, but let's talk about redistricting. So redistricting is what a lot of cities and counties and states are going through right now. It's the process of adjusting district lines every 10 years after the release of the US Census. So when people think of districting, they usually think of congressional districting or legislative districting, but cities and counties and special districts also go through this process. And within the US, redistricting has become an extremely politicized process and has been the subject of more high-profile Supreme Court cases than any other part of our election system. So now that we defined districting and redistricting, let's go over some traditional redistricting principles. So we have these in place because it is a very politicized process, and we want to make sure that we prevent a districting from becoming a gerrymander. So there's a number of criteria that have been used nationally and upheld in courts, and it is a ranked system. So the first of these is that districts have to be of relatively equal size. And when we talk about equal size, we mean all people, a total population, not just citizens or voters. And next, districts have to be contiguous. So contiguous is really a word that we only use in redistricting, and it means that districts should not hop or jump. So another way to think about it is that you can draw a district with one line. So there's not islands of one district surrounded by another district. They have to be attached and contiguous. Next, an important redistricting principle is maintaining communities of interest. So we're going to talk a lot about communities of interest tonight, and I'm hoping to hear a lot of testimony from the public on your community of interest. And so a community of interest is a group of people who would benefit from being maintained in one single district. So you could think of a community of interest as a neighborhood, or a school district, or a group of people that speak the same language, renters downtown. There's a lot of different communities of interest, and we will go over some more examples. Another important redistricting principle is following city, county, and local government lines. And finally, it's important to keep districts compact. And when we say compact, we mean both in appearance and function. So when we want compact districts that are compact in appearance, I'm sure that a lot of you, when we think of gerrymandering, we think of those long, snaky districts that go all over. We don't want districts like that. We want to make sure that they're as compact as possible, so they don't move around population areas, and that people are equally represented. And when we say compact in function, there's a lot of times that we look on a map and it looks like two houses are right next to each other, but there may be a freeway or a river that makes it not compact and actually would be in a completely different area and maybe have different policy issues. So we think about compactness in two different ways. So I mentioned communities of interest before, and just wanted to go a little bit more in depth on what a community of interest is. So like I said, it could be a neighborhood, a group of people in a similar area. But what a community of interest really is it's defined by you. So a community of interest can be many things, many different things, and it really is just focused on a group of people who would benefit from being maintained in one single district. So a community of interest is very important. It's important that we keep them together because it's especially helpful to communities that have been traditionally left out of the political process. And community members can define their communities by telling their own stories about why their community is unique, and it plays a very crucial role in the redistricting process. So communities of interest are building blocks of districts. They can include ethnic and language minorities, but they can also include many other groups. An important thing to remember when thinking of communities of interest is that they're subjective and that they're open-ended to be as inclusive as possible. And there are 3 communities that are covered by the Federal Voting Rights Act. These communities are Latinos, Asians, and African Americans. And while communities of interest absolutely may include race, race cannot be the predominant factor when drawing district lines. So here is a list of examples of what a community of interest could be. So as we can see here, we have immigrant communities, areas that speak the same language, geographic features, places that share geographic features, school districts, groups of homeowners or groups of renters, a downtown area or a rural area, and many, many more. There are many examples of what a community of interest is. So it's important that we know what a community of interest is, but it's also important what to know is not a community of interest. So the Fair Maps Act explicitly prohibits the following groups from being considered communities of interest. These are political party affiliations, incumbents, and political candidates. And in addition to these, it is also difficult in redistricting to draw and truly utilize groups of similarly minded people that don't share a similar geographic location. So if you have a community of interest that is 80% of Petaluma, it's not really, it's pretty impossible to draw that in one single district on a map. So this is really, when we're thinking of community of interest, like I said, it's open-ended, it's subjective, but these are certainly things that we do not consider a community of interest. So it's important when thinking of your community of interest to think of these three questions. So first of these is, does your community have a shared culture, characteristics, or bond? And when we think of this, when we want to think of what our community shares in regards to culture or characteristics, personal stories are very powerful. So you want to find people willing to share examples of things that you share in common with your neighbors or with this group of people that you want to stay in the same district. So imagine describing your community to someone who may want to live in your community. So what does your neighborhood share in common? Do they have any celebrations or traditions? What is the history of how your community came together? Just wanting to ask questions about what's important to your community and why it's unique. Next is the community geographic in nature, and is it able to be mapped? Like we said on the last slide, it's hard to map a community that is too large to be mapped, or you can't map it in one area. So you really want to be able to put it on a map. And then finally, describe your community's relationship with the jurisdiction and how it's affected by policy decisions made by elected officials. So most people get involved in the redistricting process because of policy issues, and they want to feel like their issues have been adequately addressed by elected officials. So highlighting community issues in personal stories and written narratives helps demonstrate the importance of having elected officials who understand and respond to community needs. So you want to ask yourself if your communities come together to advocate for policy issues or important services, and if you've worked for more recognition or support of your community. So now that we defined a community of interest, I'm going to ask you to think of a couple of examples here. So first, we have a group of renters who lives downtown and they testify to the city council. Would this be considered a community of interest? And I'll just give you a minute to think about it. So yes, this is a group of residents that can easily be mapped in a distinct area. And they also share a common policy interest, which can be addressed through legislation or public services. So a group of renters usually has the same policy issues like rent control or tenants' rights, and they all live in the same area. They all live downtown. So this is definitely a community of interest. And next up, we have a statewide group for people who are fans of the San Francisco Giants, and they testify to the city council. Is this a community of interest? So this is not considered a community of interest. Like I said before, it's really important that we're able to map in a distinct area where the community is. And this is a statewide group of people who are also, their interests are the San Francisco Giants. The Petaluma City Council probably does not have much say over the issues that they think are important. So now we're going to talk about public testimony and what's next in the process. So public hearings will be held to obtain any input on communities of interest and receive feedback on potential districting plans. And input can be provided in public hearings like tonight or by using community of interest worksheets or online. And so we have a few upcoming hearings. Tonight we have our community outreach meeting, and we'll be taking any testimony that you all have. We have a public hearing on draft maps, and I don't believe there is a date for that. It can be, if anybody does know a date, can jump in. And then we have another public hearing on draft maps, where we will go over draft maps, and you'll still be able to give public input, and we'll take that into consideration. And then we will be having public hearing to establish district-based elections, and then finally adopting an ordinance to establish district-based elections. And so that is the end of my presentation, and I am happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thanks, Kay. I'll jump in and answer any of the questions about the tentative dates. With the prospective plaintiff's attorney, Mr. Shankman, accepting the city's extension of the safe harbor provisions to allow more public outreach, we are in the process of finalizing those tentative dates, but we don't have them yet. We will have them by December 6th, where we will have a brief presentation, and we'll give those dates, and how to do a tutorial on the mapping tool Redistrictor on the city's website, so the public will be able to create their own maps, which I'm sure everybody's looking forward to doing. And then just to really highlight briefly what Kay said, and hopefully can be maybe the discussion that the public can give, and maybe the most beneficial to council tonight in its ultimate decision in choosing a map, is just some of those criteria again. So like Kay said, the districts need to be nearly equal in population. They need to comply with state and federal laws, including the federal and California Voting Rights Act. And race cannot be the predominant factor in creating the boundaries. District boundaries, to the extent practicable, should be geographically contiguous. They shouldn't break up any local neighborhoods or local community of interest, including community of interest should not be political parties, but community of interest are populations that share common and social or economic interests. Districts should be easily identifiable and understood by residents, so they're bound by natural and artificial barriers like streets, lakes, boundaries of the city. And then they need to encourage geographical compactness and really emphasize, take a look at the staff report where we highlighted some discussion from the previous first meeting, but there was a lot of discussion on ranked choice voting. As our office, outside counsel, we took a look at our charter. We do believe to go to ranked choice voting would require a charter amendment. That include, and same with salary adjustment, any salary adjustment would require a charter amendment. Staff is not recommending or separating, staff is recommending separating these items from the current transition to districts, as any charter amendments would likely take the city outside of the safe harbor provision. So the city would be vulnerable to lawsuits and attorney's fees from those, from that lawsuit. And then also discussed briefly was residency requirement limitations. So the charter municipal code, we do not have any limitations for residency. So that can be part of this ordinance. However, the California Supreme Court has only upheld 30-day residency requirements from the date preceding the filing of your papers. So we would likely not be able to, in that ordinance, say you need to be a member of your district for up to a year. Anything over 30 days would leave the city vulnerable. Thanks.
Dylan, this is the mayor speaking, and I'm just wondering if you would be able to let the public know what the link is to the redistrictor, or any other input they would like to make on district elections.
Yes, absolutely. So I don't believe redistrictor is up, but we do have a link that I can provide right now and share. But I'll just say it real quick and then I'll share it with everybody. But it's cityofpetaluma.org /district elections. So all one word, cityofpetaluma.org /district elections. And then let me figure out how to share my screen just so people can see it. And we do anticipate having that redistrictor mapping tool up pretty soon. So it's highlighted real quick right here.
Okay, and that's not so easy to read, but again, I'll say it again for cityofpetaluma.org district elections. So-
Correct.
That's
Okay.
right. And Madam Mayor, I believe it's the case that we don't yet have the community of interest forms up, but we're working on getting them up soon. Is that right?
Yes, I see Ingrid Verde has her hand up, so maybe I'll call on her.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much. Yes, so the other thing people can do is go to the city's homepage and just click the search box for district elections. We do have a form on that page where people can submit comments. They could submit information about their community of interest. We have a blank City of Petaluma boundary map, so you could start taking a look at the city map while we get the district or mapping tools up. Again, hopefully sooner, so hopefully soon.
And Ingrid, that information is available on our website in both English and in Spanish?
Correct. So any information you'd like in Spanish, you can click the translate button on the webpage, and all of the information related to all the staff reports that have been presented and press releases have been sent out are also posted on the site, specifically in English and in Spanish for anyone to download.
Okay, thank you very much. So I will ask if there's anybody on the council who has, I see, has a question. I see that Council Member Fisher has her hand up.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. So when we're thinking about what these districts might look like and where they are, is there a minimum number of districts that we need to have as we redistrict?
So, Councilmember Fisher, we believe that to satisfy the charter requirements, we're going to need to have 7 seats, including the separately elected mayor. And that it would be permissible and defensible as a complete transition or a compliant transition to districting for the mayoral seat to be at large, but the others districted.
And so would you have to have 6 districts, or could you have 3 districts with 2 council members in each district, for instance?
We believe we'd have to have at least 6 districts based on the definition of districting in the Voting Rights Act.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Council Member King, followed by Council Member McDonald.
Yeah, and I believe we need to provide direction tonight for the number of districts and and an at-large mayor vote, so that the redistrictor app can actually be useful. Do we need to do that now? I mean, I can tell you what my thoughts are. I think others have said at various intervals this is the 3rd or 4th go around for us on district elections.
I think everybody who has an opinion about that should make that clear at this point. Thank you.
Fair enough. I'll do that. My preference is 6 districts and an at-large mayor vote. So I'll stop on that point. My other comment is we have the timeline that you've established, and I know I mentioned this in the previous meeting. I have concerns about waiting until the last possible meeting to establish the districts and make this a final decision. Things happen that kind of get us off course on occasion. And if there's a way to move everything up a city council meeting forward in time so that the actual date of establishing the districts is not April 4th, but is March 21st, and that everything else moves up, I think that will save us a lot of angst if there's something that interrupts the process. So that would be my comment there. And that's all I have for the moment. I'll have some comments later on.
Madam Mayor, if I could just quickly respond to Councilmember
Yes.
King. We heard that comment and noted it previously from you, Councilmember King, and for what it's worth, I share it. I'm confident that we can do that and still provide for at least the minimum number of public meetings, if not more, given that we now have an extension of the safe harbor period. So that's been noted. I'm happy to hear for the council comments about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McDonald, followed by Councilmember Healy.
Well, if we're weighing in on the number of districts, and I support the 6 with an at-large mayor as well. I'm just wondering if anything is actionable tonight, or this is just guidance. That's a question.
There's no formal action that we've agendized, but that is very important and helpful guidance. So our ears are perked up. We're taking notes, and these are things that will help us provide helpful information and to go forward with the tools that we in the public need for the districting process. So, thank you.
Right. I'm assuming it would just be too big a burden to have districtor to allow people to put in a 6 or 7 option on districtor. We can only go in one direction. So I guess we're defaulting to a decision here.
Well, at least an initial one, yes. And as we've tried to indicate, we don't think our charter leaves us much choice if we're to be able to stay within the safe harbor period in the statute.
Right. Well, I mean, you allowed for 6 or 7, both fitting the charter and
right.
the potential litigation. And then there's no other action between now and the finish line. So I'm assuming the action to do something, to finish our commitment towards district is the same one as same action that defines the districts. There's just going to be one vote at the end of this hearing and mapping process. There's no other actions.
Well, we'll be introducing an ordinance that will have more to it than just the districts. The district design process may be iterative. There may be lots of discussion about what are and are not communities of interest that the council wants to recognize and how. So there'll be quite a bit, but this is, the number of seats and the number of districts is a very important initial discussion for us so that we can keep that process moving.
So it'll all come down to that one vote at that one ordinance, the end of this public process.
Ultimately, yes, and it's an ordinance, so it'll have to be introduced and then adopted. And
2 readings.
And then the referendum period will run too, but we only have to have the second reading within the safe harbor period to have satisfied our obligations.
So this is just thinking ahead as to people who are running in areas that aren't represented currently, they'll get their final notice that a district of that area in this end of March, beginning April period at that meeting.
Yes,
we're going.
And just to be clear, it's only the seats that are up for re-election that will be districted first. No one will be giving up a seat that's not up for re-election.
So we have 3. We're saying there'll be 3 new seats. There's 3 new districts this time.
Right.
Okay. And then which seats? When does that get debated? Which new districts? Let's say we agree that there's 6 new districts and an at-large mayor. When do we decide which of those? When's the public debate on that?
Well, we're going to have to preserve the seats of sitting members that are not up for re-election, and I don't know if Robin is able to help with the mechanics beyond that. Hi, Robin. Are you able to help clarify that for the council and the public?
Yes,
A
little bit. The CVRA requires, as part of your ordinance, that you designate the sequence of the elections, and that in doing that, you take into account the interests of the protected class. In a city that has a more concentrated minority, for example, unlike Petaluma, you might then say, well, we're going to number these districts in such a way that the district that has the highest majority of the minority in it will go in at the 2022 election as opposed to 2024. The CVRA wants that protected class to be able to go as quickly as possible.
Sure. And so We've detailed what happens at each of the meetings regarding the mapping. Can we also say that at those same agenda, the agenda for that same meeting will be a discussion of the consequence of that mapping as to who goes this election, which half the council is this election cycle, and which half is the next election? Are we discussing two things, the district and which districts, in the same meetings?
Would you like me to answer that, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I believe that that's something that you certainly could discuss in the same meeting. I think it'll be really up to you. You may want to get the map, or the maps that you're considering in your head first, and then talk about sequencing as you become more focused on a particular map than dealing with each, if you have several maps going at once, you don't want to necessarily have to repeat that conversation 3 times.
Well, this goes to, I guess, Councilman King's point about being up against the last minute. If we don't do the which districts at the 2 public hearings shown for that period, the mapping ones, we do it following meeting, do we have the timeline to do that at a separate following meeting? Or have we used our whole timeline mapping?
And you'll definitely need to do that last task as part of your final.
Sure.
So yes, you should plan for that.
And one thing I would say, Council, is, and Councilmember McDonald, is that like we do for voter measures, we're going to be starting on the ordinance drafting in parallel with the discussion, just so that we can be ready to fill in blanks and do whatever late drafting we need to, but so that we don't have a last minute rush.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. So I would agree with direction to go towards initially at least 6 districts plus the at-large mayor. And I agree with Councilmember King's comments about trying to wrap this up as early as we can before the deadline so that potential candidates can make their plans. And then I wanted to circle back to the points, the questions that Councilmember McDonald was just making. It seems to me that at the end of the day, we're going to have several districts that are adopted that are going to have council member representation extending 3 more years, and a lot that won't. And I don't know how we weigh that. I guess in theory, we could have the 3 East Side districts or 3 1/4 East Side districts all go up in 2022 because none of them have representation now. I don't think I'd like the idea of having East Side 1 2-year cycle and West Side the other 2-year cycle marching forward in perpetuity. And so I'm thinking that maybe we select 2 of the East Side precincts and 1 of the West Side precincts to go in 2022. And I'm not sure how we would do that because I think in Rohnert Park a couple of years ago, it was pretty much a food fight. And I don't know what the criteria would be to try to figure out how to do that.
Robin, did you want to weigh in on that, or are you just listening? Because I'm not sure. I think that is more of a political decision than it is a demographic decision. But you did say, if I hope I heard you correctly, Ms. Johansson, that if there is a district that has communities of interest represented in those districts, that they would, by definition of the California Voter Protection Act, be among the first, the districts that have elections in 2022 rather than 2024.
That's correct. That's basically what it says, that the protected class should be taken into account in the sequencing. And so then I think it'll be a question as you get closer to having what looks like a map of consensus, you can look at the demographics of each of those districts and say, well, that one looks like it has more of the protected class in it than this one, and let's try to move that toward, 2022 rather than 2024.
Well, if I could follow up on this, you said you could say it looks like, wouldn't we actually have a percentage?
Yes, you would definitely have a percentage. I should have been more precise. You would have that for a map, and as you get closer to finalizing that map or reaching consensus on that map, then you'll know what that percentage is for citizen voting age population.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Okay, so Councilmember Pusakay.
Yes, I'm in agreement with our other council speakers that in favor of 6 districts and leaving ourselves some wiggle room for the final ordinance.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a question that I don't really think is about the districts. I also support 6 districts and the directly elected mayor. But my question is more on the line of Councilmember McDonald's questions. Right now, I don't believe the city has an established policy for a vacated seat. And when you have a district election and the person who wins the election, let's say gets a job offer somewhere else and leaves town, or dies in office, or if for some reason can no longer stay in office, how is succession set up? Is that part of setting up the districting? Is that something we could address at the same time, or does that have to be separate and apart?
We actually do have provisions in the charter that address council vacancies. Section 13 of the charter does. Do you want me to just
Sure, go
state
ahead,
that briefly?
please.
Thank you. So section 13 says if a vacancy should occur in the office of mayor or councilman, the council shall appoint a person to fill such vacancy until the next general municipal election. If at any municipal election held under section 4 of this charter, a mayor or the required number of councilmen be not elected by reason of a tie vote among any of the candidates, therefore, the council, after qualifications of the person, if any, elected thereto at such election, shall appoint one of the persons receiving such tie vote to fill such office, as in the case of vacancy therein.
Okay.
In each case, the person so appointed shall hold office subject to the provisions of the recall until the next general election, at which said vacancy shall be filled by the election of an eligible person to serve until the end of the term for which the officer creating such vacancy had been, or in the case of such tie vote, would have been elected.
Thank you. And I guess I should have been more clear, because if following those rules, it doesn't necessarily say that you would have to put in somebody from that district. And even if that were assumed or specified, you would have 6 people who don't live in that district actually choosing the person that represents that district if you have if you follow those rules. So that really circumvents the whole idea of district elections, be it for 2 months or 3.5 years or 4 years.
Well, that is, as we get deeper into these questions, I think that's something that the legal team would want to discuss, and we'd want to benefit from Robin's expertise. We're going to be providing for some specifics in the districting ordinance of some of the mechanics, and that might be one element of them. As we've discussed, it's only the voters that can approve changes to the charter, so we have to work within the charter if we're not amending it, and we're not on a timetable to amend it in the current districting process. But I think that's something that we can look at and provide some suggestions about. But you're right. It could one way to address that would be consistent with the charter would be to appoint someone. The ordinance could provide for appointing somebody from the district. That would make sense. That wouldn't be inconsistent with the charter, because the charter provides for transitioning to districts. But that's to have a really good, solid answer and make sure we're identifying what options make sense for the council. So I'm sure want to look at that further and report back.
Okay, so just to though reiterate, even though the council 6 would appoint someone from the district, it would be non-district people making that selection, which is not the intent of district elections.
Yes, but unless in our discussions with Robin and our research, we conclude that that's somehow preempted by the California Voting Rights Act or maybe even the federal act. Remember, the law does provide that charter cities have plenary authority over their elections. So just subject to the Constitution and the CVRA, that's a very broad power. So anyway, that's why we need to be certain of our answer to the council.
Thank you. So I'm going to call on Vice Mayor Brian Barnacle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So a little bit of feedback. I support the 6 council members with an at-large mayor. I also agree that we should be separating out the charter amendments from the districting approach. But I would also like more information about what those steps are to get there. My one question is probably will never happen, but what happens if we don't have any candidates run for election in a district?
Well, Robin, I don't know if you want to take that, but and we may well want to look at that more, but I think that would be a vacancy that would have to be filled in accordance with the charter.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
That's what I would agree on, yes.
Thanks, Robin.
Okay, thank you. Good question. Okay, so I guess I should just ask Councilmember Fisher if you'd like to weigh in on 6 districts and a at-large mayor or something.
So it sounds like we only have 2 options. I can do 6 districts and an at-large mayor. I can do 7 districts and we rotate mayor. Is that what I'm hearing? And that's not even allowed in the charter though, right?
Right, that's not really, the rotation, unfortunately, is not an option because the charter specifies that it's the voters who select the mayor.
Right, so it would be 1 district that always gets to elect the mayor.
Right, that's the only other option.
And that doesn't seem like a good option. So given no option, I agree that we should do 6 districts and have
Sorry.
there.
Sorry.
Not much of a choice. You are.
I'm not seeing any.
Yes. Okay, so not seeing any other hands up by our council members. I will ask our deputy clerk if she has received any comments on this item before opening the public hearing.
We've received 2 public comments, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. And so now I will ask our moderator to see if there's anybody in attendance who would like to speak to this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the public wishing to speak on this item, the districting elections item, please raise your hand in Zoom and you'll be called on in turn. You'll have 3 minutes in which to give your comments. And on this, we've done a custom slide for this one. You'll see the link on the top there. If you leave out the dash in district elections, it'll still take you to the same website. Or if you search in the search bar for district elections, it'll take you to the same site. But here it is. And that's where it will take you. So, oops. So we've also on the slide given the 4 questions in the staff report that were kind of highlighted as recommendations for feedback that members of the public could provide tonight. What communities of interest or neighborhoods do you feel should remain intact? Should districts be drawn that have a broad range of different land uses? Are there any locations of growth that council should consider that you feel are important in how the boundaries are drawn? Are there any natural or man-made geographical boundaries that are important for consideration? So those are the main topics of discussion tonight. And just a reminder that off-topic comments will be muted. So please stay on topic. Our first speaker is Paul G, followed by Beverly Shore. Paul, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Thank you for the time to comment. I think you guys are doing a good job of deliberating on this, and you're in violent agreement about the 6 districts, and so we should just get moving on it. Now, when you take a look at Petaluma, it's pretty simple, so you don't have to really overthink this map drawing business. I think one of the main considerations, however, is to have part of the flood zone area in multiple districts. I don't think you should take all that area and put it in one district. All right. It is so important to Petaluma's safety going forward that a lot of the city be represented there across many of their different council members. So really, this is our major sponge that eats up all the rainwater when it comes in quick bunches. And, you know, doing extra development in there is just terrible for most of the people that live in that area. So please, I think it's good to think about it that way. Look, the drawing of the map is going to be fairly simple from a neighborhood standpoint. No gerrymandering will be tolerated. Come on, just do it simply, do it easily. I think that will go along. Your hand is being forced by Mr. Shankman. And, you know, that's because there's a law that you got to follow. No worries. Okay, I think that everybody would be in support of what's going on. Now, here's an idea of fairness. Why don't you all renounce your seats and just start fresh? That way we don't have any of these political considerations. All you got to do is state your best case to the voters, pick the district you want to run for, and go for it. Doesn't matter when you were reelected. They shouldn't give any special preferences. This is a whole new reset, folks. This is forced upon you by a law. This is all to benefit the people. It's not to benefit your influence over the election that you might have won before. It's a new ball game. All renounce your seats. All start over. That way, you don't have the problem that Healy brought up of, oh, what happens if you have the east side going before the west side and all the rest of it. You just all run again, and you pick the districts you want to run for, and you make sure you represent those districts. And I believe the people of Petaluma will be happy with that if we have actual elections that can be verified. This is what we've not had for about 20 years in the United States or longer. And this is actually easily seen in the affidavits that were filed in November of 2020. And you can actually, I'm going to put them right here in the Petaluma record. There's absolutely incontrovertible evidence that these voting machines have been gamed repeatedly at the local, state, and federal levels. What we need in Petaluma is paper votes only, hand counted only, in video only. That would be fair. And a ranked choice election delivers that for you. So a ranked choice election is not a bad idea among all these different districts. But to sit there and say that Dominion voting machines on Seidel and all the backdoors that they have that are absolutely proven by affidavits, not properly heard by the courts, is just a farce going forward. It affected our election here in 2020, maybe even some of the propositions.
Next speaker is Beverly Shore, followed by Janice Cater Thompson. Beverly, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Thank you, Council. I want to say that I strongly support broad community involvement in our city government, though I may not have chosen district voting as a way to get there. Since it's before us, I do strongly support it. But I foresee, based on past elections, that we may not have equal number of candidates or strong candidates in each district. And because the threshold is so low, we may not get the representation in each of the districts that the district itself would desire. So I strongly support the idea of 2-year elections and term limits. And what this does is it allows the district itself, by its voting, to have a report card on the person who's holding the seat. And in addition, it would catch us up. We have several council members who still have 2 years on their term. They would keep that. And then the other districts that have no representation, they would all start in sync. So that's my suggestion, is term limits and 2-term for each candidate. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Beverly. Next speaker is Angelo, followed by Zaira. Angelo, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Okay. Hi, I'm glad that the city's moving forward in the process of evaluating district elections. I'd like to thank the City Council for putting this agenda item early in the meeting. I would like to see more data, or I'd like to see the data from the demographers before commenting on where the districts should be drawn. This process is a great opportunity to not only comply with the letter of the law and avoid getting sued, but also to engage the public and broaden opportunities for greater representation in our city government. I believe district elections would be a good start. And I further believe that the city should set up public financing for local elections to further inclusion in our democratic process. Thanks.
Thank you, Angelo. The next speaker is Zaira, followed by Rocio Rodriguez. Zaira, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Hey everyone, and good evening. I support district elections as well. One of my main concerns is just the engagement process. You know, I've been tapping into and listening to how Sonoma County and their districts and all the work and all of the hours that they put into, but I did appreciate that the 19 commissioners that sat on there were, one, diverse, and they definitely represented the voices that needed to be represented. Another thing that I was very much appreciative was they did town halls focus groups, specifically LGBTQ focus groups, Black focus groups, Indigenous focus groups. So I'd really like to see Petaluma truly, really engage in order for us to really have those voices input. Something that has been circulating, as you all know, it's Infrastructure Week. And our Secretary, Pete Buttigieg, mentioned and pointed out that folks were surprised that highways were built for the purpose of dividing a white and Black neighborhoods. Unfortunately, as we have seen, the East Side has never really had true representation. So I would really like to voice the East Side up. And that's really it. That was just more of a feedback on what I'd like to see for just specific interest groups that we do engage and be transparent. And also, it's easy to digest. I think anytime it's redistricting, it's a lot of information. And we've seen that folks are not truly engaged, not because they don't want to, but because they don't have the time or the specific resources to truly engage. Thanks so much. Have a good night.
Thank you, Zaira. Next speaker is Rocio Rodriguez, followed by Pedro Toledo. Rocio, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Hi, good evening. Zaira actually said something very similar to what I was going to say, so thank you, Zaira. My name is Rocio. I live in downtown Petaluma. I'm actually one of the redistricting commissioners for the Advisory Redistricting Commission for the county. So we are still going through this process, have just come out of a process with this 19 commissioners. I want to say that Petaluma has an opportunity to follow in precedents set by the ARC, including prioritizing listening to communities that are historically marginalized. We saw multiple comments, hundreds of comments from people who have access, easy access, who are clearly tuned in, and not so much from those who may not be as active in civic duties because of work, because they have other priorities that they have to, they just don't have time to go and sit at a few hour long city council county meetings. So go out to the community. I saw the plan for outreach, and I just really want to emphasize, follow that plan. Advertise boldly in stores, restaurants, have information available everywhere and anywhere, host multiple mapping meetings and focus groups that are led not only by city staff, but by community members who are dedicated to this process, and local, formal, and informal organizations. And just communicate. People are interested and people will want to be part of this process. They just have to be given the avenues and in the way of permission to be involved in something that's kind of intimidating like this. I would also agree, don't prioritize where city council members live. It's a little difficult because they're all clumped, but this is for the community and for equitable representation. Think of the bigger picture. Post maps as early as you can. I think that also was very helpful. It's really hard, I think, for some folks to be able to identify lines or get really intimidated or couldn't figure out where to put it, so they don't want to be involved, or encourage people to give feedback of their streets or their specific neighborhoods and focus on that, not the entire city. I think this is a really wonderful opportunity for Petaluma to counter the racist history that exists here that Zaira just pointed to. It's just be part of this new change, and thank you for for being so open to this change and process.
Thank you, Rocio. Next speaker is Pedro Toledo. Pedro, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to address the council. I just wanted to call in once again to express my support for district elections to provide members of historically excluded populations an opportunity to elect candidates of their choice. As someone who is currently breathing, living, and dreaming about maps, district maps, and redistricting, I can, it's a daunting task to put fair maps together and to do it in a transparent manner that engages the public, but it's critically important to do so. To engage the public in meaningful manners. Certainly, Petaluma Health Center is willing to help as much as we can to help you reach essential workers and Spanish-speaking populations, other populations that have historically been marginalized and excluded as part of this process to ensure that the communities of interest that are for individuals who don't often participate in these types of forums are able to be captured and are able to be heard and listened to, and hopefully at some point in the future also be able to elect candidates of their choice. Thank you again, and I appreciate your time and attention to this very important matter and all of your willingness to move in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Pedro. Another hand raised by Susan Kirks. Susan, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Thank you. I wanted to speak since testimony was requested by the consultant, and the consultant is present this evening. I appreciate the comments of the prior speakers, Zaira and Rocio and Mr. Toledo. I just think this is a really good opportunity for Petaluma to expand and change the way that we govern the city. And I had stated in the last meeting on this topic, as a candidate for city council in the November 2020 election, when we analyzed my voting distribution, I was very pleased that my votes were distributed almost equally throughout Northeast, South, and West Petaluma. And I think that relates to the fact that I see the city as a whole, and I devote a lot of time in our East Petaluma area. So in that regard, I think when you have a sincere and authentic candidate who really wants to serve all citizens and really give a voice to the voters, district or at-large elections would be beneficial. However, because of the history of preferential treatment and systemic racism and everything else that goes with the reasoning for redistricting, I strongly support our dividing the city into, I actually like 7 districts myself, because that gives an extra person and an extra district with an alternating role for the mayor. And I hear that that is not the preference apparently for the current city council and mayor, but I do believe that adding that 7th district would also add representation. And the way, I also, I guess I have an additional question about then. I wasn't sure about how the mayor would be elected. I thought it would be a rotating basis or an election from the elected members. So I also have been involved in the redistricting process for the county. It's extremely complex. The commissioners have been stellar and given so much time and energy to outreach and helping members of the public. I really would like to see a similar process here in Petaluma. And I think we actually have a very long way to go to get that, but there's a good model for the redistricting commission that the county has been interacting with, and they have done wonderful workshops and really done great outreach to help members of the public understand some of the complexities of this, and drawing the maps are a really good practice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is John Hanania, followed by Janice Cater Thompson. John, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Good evening. I think to have in the district will be a great idea for Petaluma. It gives opportunity for people in a different area to run. But I also, I think it's very important to really put a term limit on each person who holds office. So that way you don't have someone who is constantly getting donation from developers that and basically some of you who are sitting there now, they have sold Petaluma time after time after time to developers. So I think term limit should be very important, and that's all I have to say on this topic.
Thank you. Next speaker is Janice Cater Thompson. Janice, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Thank you, Patrick. Just what I keep hearing is the charter seems to be getting in the way of making changes. And this has been ongoing for years. We've known we need to do charter changes. And I realize they're separate issues, but I really hope the council takes seriously the need for charter changes, and that the public has a right to vote for that, or that's the way it is. And just please consider it.
Thank you, Janice. And that is the last hand raised, so I will turn it back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And with that, we'll close public comment on this item and bring it back to the council. But before I do that, I would like to ask, I guess it's the city attorney. There was one public comment that asked about data from the demographers, if that would be available in terms of before drawing the maps. Is there any way to respond to that?
Sure, Madam Mayor. We are going to have, I don't know if we have an estimate as to when we're going to have it, but hopefully very soon, a map that's a census tract map that will show the census tracts with the voting age population in those tracts, and that'll be critical information for folks to start drawing maps, because the need to have the basically equivalent numbers of voting age electors in the district. So, Kay, I don't know if you're able to address that and what the time frame is, but we do understand that everybody's going to need, the council's going to need those for reference, and the members of the public too.
Yes, so we will be able to provide those definitely before the first draft maps meeting. And when we do get them to the city council, you would be able to publish it on your website. So I will make sure that we get those to you as soon as possible.
Thank you, Kay. And we may also have other layers that our GIS manager, Trey Cooper, helps present, such as, maybe the case that it's thought that school districts or other boundaries that we have in the GIS layers are relevant or helpful to the district formation process. And so that's additional information that we will be able to provide.
Thank you. And with that, I'll ask our Vice Mayor, and followed by Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to all the public commenters. I appreciated all of them. So I'm going to make a few comments on what I heard from the public. I would be interested in everybody running again. I think it's I'm generally supportive of that. The concept of term limits was brought up, and I'm wondering if the city attorney can talk about or Mr. Danley, can you comment on if we can address term limits in this process?
I think we can. I'd want to look more closely to be sure, but I don't see the actual terms of the seats are set by the charter at 4 years, but I don't think it's preclusive of term limits, and that would mean that that's something that the districting ordinance could potentially address, but we'd want to discuss that with the legal team to be sure. But as I'm sitting here right now, I don't see anything preclusive in the charter.
Okay, thank you. So on the analysis that's coming, I want to double down on the need for data. Like I feel like we're starting on this process, and until I have a better analysis of school districts, race, economic status, things like that, I just feel like I'm, playing with an interactive tool more than I am making informed decisions. So I think that needs to be produced very, very quickly so that we can get this moving. And then the final piece, certainly appreciate the comments from Ms. Rivera and Zaira about the need for outreach to the residents who aren't engaged. And so would just like to hear what we're doing in terms of reaching out to faith-based institutions, the Sonoma County Tenants Union, groups like that that are talking to these sort of traditionally less engaged. They're not the squeaky wheels. They're not, organizing for the purposes of district elections right now. And the example of renters, just dictating that they're a protected or a community of interest. I just don't think that's going to happen, and they're clearly a large, community of interest. I think they share some pretty important commonalities. So is there a more overarching plan to reach out through, youth recreation, adult education, schools, faith-based institutions, things like that, to get people involved in this process?
So I see that Ingrid Alverde has put her hand up. Did you want to respond to that?
Yes, I did. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you. I'm also taking copious notes, hearing feedback. We are definitely looking at all options, including focus groups, meetings, direct outreach, everything digital we can think of. We're working with our top team to develop the most robust outreach that we can muster in the timeframes that we have. And I'm very confident that we'll be able to present that fully fleshed out. As soon as we just get a little more time. I think we've had 2 weeks to develop the website that we have so far and all the information, getting up to speed, we do have that form up on our webpage now with the community of interest, and even educating the community about what the community interest means, and how to comment on it. I think will take some time, but we'll certainly be using our existing channels, expanding our channels. I love the idea of the focus groups. We are thinking about workshops and meetings. So we'll be developing that as fast as we can. And we're very open to any thoughts or ideas as well.
Excellent. My I guess encouragement is to reach out to the people who are on the Sonoma County District Committee and get some ideas from them about what's worked and what might work at a smaller scale here in Petaluma that would be effective.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fisher, followed by Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you. I would suggest too that we put on the website the provisions in our charter that will govern these important questions that people are asking about the process, and the fact that it calls out for 4-year terms, it calls out for the amount we get paid, and those other provisions that are important to this process that we keep hearing questions about and getting comments on. So if we could do kind of a fact sheet, about this is our charter, this is what it says, these are important points, these are what we can't change this process, but we could change through a charter amendment process. And then I had a question about our existing precincts, and how does anyone know how those were mapped out? This just shows my ignorance here, and whether those are relevant to this process as well in adding a precinct map up on the website.
I believe precincts come from the voter registrar of voters and is totally separate and apart from, neighborhoods or anything like that.
Got it. Okay. And in terms of the questions that were asked, I think the 101 freeway is a very significant structure that should determine some of our boundaries, just in my opinion. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McDonald, followed by Councilmember King.
Hi, thanks. I think this is a very important time to say that historic and systemic racism is real, and that's what brought us to today's decision-making. And hopefully this is a big step forward. It is ironic that the efforts we've made to East Side, West Side not have divisions will now be somewhat entrenched in divisional solutions. So, I maintain great optimism that we're changing. We're going to be making a positive step. I'm looking forward to the outcome. But we discussed the rules and details of the ordinance here a minute ago. We're not the first city in Sonoma County or California. All these things have been hammered out at many levels. We have a lot of resources to look at how each of the cities around us as school districts that have all taken this path have handled some of the questions right now are just popping into our heads. Then, I want to thank Rocio, who spoke an idea from what her comments were. Redistrictor, that mapping software, can it be set up such that you map my community of interest and all the rest? Can it be set up such that a map is accepted that doesn't create 6 separate sections, but just focuses on my one concern, my one community of interest?
I believe you can. This is Ingrid answering. Sorry.
There are 2 different parts of Districtor. The first part is community of interest. So you can draw your community of interest. You can draw as many communities of interest that you want. And the other part is drawing districts. So when you do come to the decision, which I believe you've come to the 6 district decision, there will be an option to draw 6 different districts, and it'll show you the deviations to make sure that they're of equal population. And it's really user friendly. So we should be expecting that by the end of the month, and be able to, you'll be able to put that on the website. We'll have instructions and everything. So
I guess my question is more specific than that. Can I submit one district, and can it test that that district is a standalone acceptable district, or do I have to go through and create 6 districts in order for my one that I have knowledge about to get accepted?
Oh, I completely understand the question. Every submission that we get in Districtor, we consider, and we will make sure that we are looking at all of the districts, even if it's just a partial map or if it's a full map, we'll absolutely be paying attention to all of those.
Let me ask this another way. If I submit a 5,000 population voting block as a district, will it get accepted?
If that is close to...
Well, no, I'm sorry. Our number is 10, 6 and 60,000. We're at about 10,000 population per district. And I tried to make an extreme example of, a ridiculously low number. Will it get accepted, or will it say, no, try harder?
No, there's no accepting or not accepting. You can draw whatever you would like in it, but we cannot make that a district if it is that low, if it's over a 10% deviation.
Yeah. So I do like the opportunity of being able to define my community of interest as a district, even if I broaden it to get to the right population number and don't have to worry about all the other districts.
And just very quickly, if you do want to do your community of interest, if you want to draw a community of interest, I definitely recommend putting it in the community of interest side, because when you draw districts, you aren't able to write any descriptions or add any important places or anything like that. So if you do just have a community that you want to stay together, definitely do that in the community of interest side.
I have quite a bit of background about where people live in Petaluma, having sorted out soccer league teams. And about 60% of the town lives on the east side, and we had to find 60% of coaches from each of those areas over there. And I'm sure the numbers tweaked a little, and that's why getting the demographic, the populations currently is really key. But 60% of 6 districts means that 3.6 districts should be east side based. It's not a population split, and that would be an observation, not a final outcome. I'm just saying that. And further, I think all of us know that you do not get elected to city council by dominating the west side of Petaluma. You get elected by going where the votes are, and that's the east side. And so clearly the strategy was to engage the east side. So commenters who think that the current council doesn't identify that are misspoken. And certainly having representation is better than voting for some other out of district. But it is important to note that 60% of the votes come from the east side. So the east side can elect whomever they want if engaged. So, and then there's the concern of how do we get further engagement? And gosh, golly, that's always the toughest part of all of our decision making. You can put it in the newspaper, you can put it on the internet, you can put it in direct mail, you can put it in a mailing bill, and if it's a engaging subject, people will take it up, and if it's not an engaging subject, we get the dozen folks tonight, a dozen folks last week. We really have to broaden this. All those ideas for trying to reach the community are really good. I just hope we can do them and get people mobilized before these really tight timelines coming up. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember King, followed by Councilmember Healy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple of comments on community outreach for those of you who commented or in the audience or listening. If you have groups or email lists that you think would be appropriate to be contacted, you can always send those into Ms. Alverde. We have a community update that goes out daily by email, which it may not be the communication of choice for some, but it's out there, so that folks that you think might not quite get the word from these other sources have something that comes to their inbox to remind them. And the second comment I'm going to have, and I don't know if this is feasible, I'm sure, I suspect it is that once the app is up for drawing the maps, that it be sent out with each community update daily and be posted on all the Facebook postings and everything, so that we plaster the public with an easy link to get involved. So that would be my comments on community outreach. My other comments here, when we kind of follow what Council Member Fisher was commenting on about the website, we've had a number of suggestions both from the dais and the public about a variety of topics: ranked choice voting, council pay, term limits, and others. I won't list all of them. There's probably been 7 or 8 election law related items that have been raised either by public comment tonight or last time, or by written communication, or by the council. When we get our next report on this in the new year, I would like to see a chart included that gives an indication of which of these are charter amendments that require a vote and which are within the ambit of the council decision making. Obviously, going to districts, we've heard that, but these other items, for the public to see it in the report, for us to see it, I think is important. And then along those same lines, and my recommendation or request for this is limited to election related items, not a broader charter amendment evaluation, but I think a workshop of some nature at some point after we're done with district elections is a good idea. The charter was written or approved in 1947. Things have changed, to say the least, since 1947 in many ways. And all of these ideas, or many of these ideas, have come forward from political thinkers probably over the last 30 to 40 years, most of them. So I think it's worth a discussion on all of these things. I'm particularly, I'm interested in some of these beyond this, but I am particularly interested in ranked choice voting. I can tell you probably 2 years ago or a year ago, I wouldn't be, but I am certainly interested in looking at it as an option, but we need to do a charter amendment for that. And we need to follow the steps that are needed to take a look at that, as well as some of these other items. So I appreciate the public comments tonight. And I think that is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Healy, followed by Councilmember Postcade.
Thank you. So I just wanted to follow on Councilmember Fisher's questions about precinct lines. And I think we need to reach out to the registrar of voters on that issue. I know the ROV does change them from time to time. The only political subdivisions within the city are the elementary school districts, which crisscross the town in some unexpected ways. And I don't know if the ROV needs to draw precincts that correspond to those lines, or if they can conduct elections with district boundaries that don't correspond to their precinct lines. And I think we need to find out the answer to that question, if they'll need to redraw their precincts and what timeframes they need in order to do that to be ready for a November election. So I would just ask that outreach happen and we get a report back. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Postcade.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have much specific to add, except I don't think there's anything easy about community engagement, and I'm in favor of all comments having to do with that being the bulk of our charge here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so I don't see any other hands up on the councils. I don't know if staff has anything more they would like to add before we close the public hearing and go on to the rest of the council meeting.
I think that's very helpful feedback and also some direction from the council for us to proceed. We have some good direction about information that's desired, and it makes sense that some of it we're already working on, and about outreach, about like links to the charter provisions that are set, and concepts that are not, that can be in the districting ordinance. And if I could maybe check in with Robin, I don't think there's anything we're lacking in terms of going forward with our process. Is there something that you think we should be further trying to confirm with the council?
No, not for the council. What we really need is information from the public about communities of interest. That's what Redistricting Partners has to have in order, and the council, in order to be able to start drawing maps.
Thank you. So hence the importance of community outreach, as I think 201 the council members have emphasized, and staff too. So.
Okay, well, thank you very much to everybody who contributed today, and keep getting the word out, and keep giving us feedback, and we will reach out as well. So with that, we'll close the public hearing, and we will move on to the rest of the agenda. And we're going to go to a proclamation, and this is for Small Business Saturday, November 27th. And I believe we have Marie McCusker here to receive this proclamation. And with that, I will start the proclamation. The City of Petaluma proclamation for Small Business Saturday, November 27th, 2021. Whereas the City of Petaluma celebrates our local small businesses and the contributions they make to our local economy by creating jobs and preserving our community. And whereas according to the United States Small Business Administration, there are currently 30.2 million small businesses in the United States, representing 99.7% of all businesses with employees in the United States, who are responsible for 65.9% of net new jobs created from 2000 to 2019. And whereas small businesses employ 47.5% of the employees in the private sector in the United States, and 90% of consumers say Small Business Saturday has had a positive impact on their community. And whereas 95% of consumers who shopped on Small Business Saturday reported the day makes them want to shop or eat at small independently owned businesses all year long, not just during the holiday season. And whereas 96% of consumers who shopped on Small Business Saturday agree that shopping at small independently owned businesses supports their commitment to making purchases that have a positive social, economic, and environmental impact. And 97% of consumers who shopped on Small Business Saturday agree that small businesses are essential to their community. And whereas communities across the country have endorsed the Saturday after Thanksgiving as Small Business Saturday, now therefore be it resolved that I, Teresa Barrett, Mayor of Petaluma, along with the members of the City Council, do hereby proclaim November 27, 2021 as Small Business Saturday, and urge the residents of Petaluma and communities across the country to support small businesses and merchants on Small Business Saturday and throughout the year. So with that, I will ask Marie McCusker if you'd like to say a few words. And you are on mute. You are on mute.
Great. Hello. Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, City Manager and staff. Thank you for inviting me here today. It's a pleasure to accept the proclamation for Small Business Saturday. Small Business Saturday is a day dedicated every year to celebrate small businesses across the United States. And it's always celebrated the Saturday after Thanksgiving to encourage consumers to get out and shop their local neighborhood stores. As the local cheerleaders for Small Business Saturday, the Petaluma Downtown Association chose to kick off the holiday retail season for downtown by expanding the day by putting an event on at River Plaza. So we'll be bringing up Santa and Mrs. Claus again this year on the Lynn Marine tugboat into the Petaluma Turning Basin, disembarking at River Plaza Shopping Centre. We do have some entertainment lined up, and we will bring back photo opportunities with Santa until about 1:30. We'd like you to go visit petalumadowntown.com or visit petaluma.com for a list of holiday events, which will be for the following 3 weeks: holiday open house and marketplace on December 4th, Theatre Square tree lighting, and the following weekend, the lighted boat parade. So I'd like to say thank you for supporting your local independent businesses and shopping local this holiday season.
Thank you very much, and I can't support it enough, so thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, and with that, we will move on to not proclamations, but presentations, and we have two presentations. The first is age-friendly, presented by the Senior Advisory Committee, and to kick this off is from our Parks Department is Drew Halter.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council and community. Tonight, I have the pleasure of introducing our age-friendly presenters. Here we have, I believe, Jennifer Lepore, our chair for the Senior Advisory Committee, in our audience. We have Nancy Frank, who is the co-author of the Age-Friendly Survey you'll hear a lot about tonight. And lastly, Chris Rebolo, former chair of the Senior Advisory Committee and Petaluma's resident age-friendly champion. So before we start, I want to quickly acknowledge that while the Age-Friendly Initiative has largely been an initiative taken up by the Senior Advisory Committee in working with Parks and Recreation staff, it's an initiative that when Petaluma does truly become age-friendly, it will be because of a collective effort that involves every department, policymaker, and visionary to help us get there. So with that, I'd like to introduce your first presenter, Chris Rebelow.
Great. Good evening, everybody. Thanks to Drew and the mayor, council and staff for having us here this evening. So this evening's presentation is all about age friendly. I want to make sure that the slides are up. Can everybody see me okay? Are we good? Kind of looks funny from my end. Are we good?
I see you, Chris, but I'm not seeing any slides.
Great. We're going to have a slide up in just a second.
Okay.
So let me start again. The presentation is all about age friendly. Age friendly communities are great places to both grow up and grow old in. Age friendly makes it possible for people to stay engaged and live in their communities as they get older. So now time for the first slide. Nancy, if you could bring that up. Great. So age friendly is not conceptual. It is an actualized movement that the city joined in early 2020 when the council applied to become part of the AARP network of age-friendly communities. Getting into the network does not mean that Petaluma is age-friendly. It means we've made a formal commitment to become age-friendly. But I'm thrilled to report that our efforts have already been successful. We recently have been awarded $10,000 from California AARP to install 1, maybe even 2 outdoor chess tables in a location still to be determined. Chess tables have intergenerational appeal. That's a big deal to me, and it's a key facet of age-friendly communities. Next slide. So going beyond chess tables, age-friendly touches all aspects of livability. Drew alluded to this. It includes public spaces, housing, accessibility, transportation, social interactions, community engagements, and much more. All of it is under the rubric of social equity. So now is the time for age-friendly Petaluma. Next slide, please. Take a look at this. 32% of our population is over 55. We are ahead of the state average when it comes to aging demographics. Seniors are living longer. We are not aging out as fast as we used to. And if you look at this chart and see where the 25-year-olds are, given that today's 25-year-olds are expected to live even longer than today's seniors are, I think age-friendly is here to stay. Next slide, please. So the first step in fulfilling our commitment to AARP involved a community needs assessment survey, which is my cue to turn things over to Petaluma's Nancy Frank, who is a volunteer consultant who has worked on age-friendly initiatives in Berkeley, Culver City, and San Rafael. This survey would not have happened without her. Nancy adapted the AARP boilerplate survey to make it Petaluma specific, and she analyzed the results. So Nancy, please take it away.
Am I unmuted?
You're good. I hear you.
Okay, so thank you. I'll dive right in here because I know there's plenty on the agenda here. It's not going forward. Please move this window away from shared application. Does anybody know what that is? Okay, well, can you see this chart or is there something blocking it?
Nancy, this is the mayor. We can see how does Petaluma rate as a place to age.
Great. Okay. I have something blocking it. Anyway, we got 903 responses to the first round of this survey, which we are incredibly proud of in the middle of COVID. A lot of surveys I've seen get a quick 500 in the first few days, but we stayed open weeks longer than that, got a lot of help from community members and especially from the health center, and got up to 903. The first question that we asked people was how they would rate Petaluma as a place to age, and 69% said that it was excellent or good. And this was not specific to where people lived, their level of education, or their income. It was spread throughout. So we asked them what were the most important reasons that they wanted to stay in Petaluma as they aged. And their top reason was caring, friendly people and caring, friendly community. That's followed by walkability and paths, senior support, safety, on down. We asked them if they were to leave Petaluma as they aged, what would the reasons be? And they were predictable. They had to do with housing and cost of living. So needing a home to support independent living during aging, needing a less expensive home, or needing an area with an overall lower cost of living. Demographics of this survey, we worked so hard to get diverse representation, and we did not meet our goal in the Latinx community. We went out with a second round and we tried to get more surveys in the Black, Asian Pacific Islander, and Latinx communities. We brought in a number more Asian Pacific Islanders, and they're not shown in this graph, but brought it up to parity. And we got a couple more in the Black population, but we were not able to get them in the Latinx population, and we need to keep that in mind. One thing that's interesting about income of respondents is that only 500 out of our 903 chose to answer that question. So we don't know what we had, but what is heartening is to see that we had a voice from across the income spectrum, and that's what we were looking for. And there are more charts on these things. Please do take a look at the executive summary or the full report. The full report purposely has a lot of charts and an appendix with even more charts, because we hope that others who need data and maybe are writing grant proposals and need charts can use these and will benefit from them. We were very interested in social isolation. I think we learned even more so during COVID that isolation kills. And not only does it kill, but it raises medical expenses and it further stresses the crisis systems of care. We have a pretty social population here. We've got 89% before COVID were socializing a few times a week or more, but that leaves 11% who were not, and that went up considerably during COVID. And this is something that needs to be worked on continually. Petaluma is a exercising town. 84% of respondents said they exercised several times a week or more before COVID, and 81% of them reported that they were walkers or hikers. Streets and transportations, this is a dense chart. I'm hoping you'll look at it carefully on your own time. I'm going to jump to the bottom here where 65% reported that they did not have access to well-maintained streets before COVID. One thing just to look at it, when you go back, see the green line, that's the yes we had, and whoops, and it's ordered as it declines going down. So with the top being audio-visual pedestrian crossings and affordable public transportation. Additional assets in the community, 74%, we have well-maintained safe parks and walking distance from our homes. 67%, enough benches, drinking fountains, shades. Sidewalks in good condition. Your no's start to approach your yeses on this one. Protected bike lanes, your no's exceed your yeses on this one. And your public restrooms, the no's go up further. We had a kitchen sink question where we just picked up some stray information. I can't see the percentage at the, there it is, 66% reported that they feel prepared for a community-wide emergency, but that leaves 34% who are not prepared. And given the massive community campaigning there's been around to get people prepared, my suspicion is that these folks are more isolated and harder to reach, and that a block by block effort is going to be necessary to reach them. I do think that Cool Cities, the Cool City grant has in their work plan to do some of this. 46% said that they worry about being able to afford their housing as they age. And 75% were optimistic that they could handle issues of aging to their satisfaction. But even with that high 75%, 64% would appreciate some guidance or assistance. We looked at the findings from throughout this extensive survey, much beyond what we're showing you tonight, and broke the key findings into two categories. The first one is large, long-term municipal efforts that were desired, wanted, needed by this population. And they're what you think they would be: housing, climate change management, walkability, bikeability, and transportation. And these are sync up well with the general planning process that's now underway. Then we see ones that are smaller, lighter on their feet, faster to pull off, and maybe a little bit less in sync with the general plan process. Safety across the spectrum: lighting, fall prevention, disaster preparation, outdoor amenities and quality of life, outdoors mostly, park improvement, increased social recreational activities outdoors, and bathrooms. Transportation, there's transportation needed at a lot of levels, but some small things, just like taxi vouchers to get people to medical appointments in Santa Rosa or Novato, would be very helpful. And there are taxi voucher programs in other communities. And support to meet basic needs. I'll hand it back to you, Chris.
Great. So I just want to reiterate what Nancy said, that all these materials, the full report, they are on the age-friendly page of the city's website. So I encourage everybody to go there and really look at this stuff in depth. So before we take questions, I want to talk about the next step in our commitment to AARP, and that involves our age-friendly action plan. So our plan is to engage with various stakeholders and city department heads to plot a course forward. Fortunately, we are not behind the 8 ball here. In addition to those chess tables, there's a lot of good stuff happening in town. The park master plan, efforts to update the bike and pedestrian plan, all the work aimed at affordable housing, all of them and even more are and can be age friendly. And of course, there's the new general plan, which I am hoping will be very, very age friendly. So there's momentum, and we are happy to take your questions or hear what you have to say.
Thank you. If you could stop sharing your screen, thank you very much. It makes it easier to see everybody. We already have a hand up. So Councilmember Fisher.
Yeah, question for you, Chris. Your action plan, what does that look like, and how does it fit into the other plans that we're working on, including the climate action plan and the general plan and all the other plans you already mentioned?
So I'm going to have Nancy talk to like what an action plan actually involves, because she's been involved in that. How I see this working is that there's going to be a lot of communication with city department heads, with the city, with commissions, and that there needs to be a holistic approach to all of this so that it all dovetails. Just so that we all know what the other groups are doing. Does that answer your question? Yeah.
My involvement in action planning has taught me that engagement and commitment is more important than the document that you get on paper. And that I'm hoping that we could actually engage heads of departments throughout the city, find out everything they're doing already that's age friendly, find out what they see coming down the pike, what they would do first, and get them really revved with their own internal view, and then pull people together and have a big planning session and try to set priorities. But there's a lot of movable piece, and I think a lot of people in the city are going to have something to say about the action plan as well.
Yeah, plus I just want to say that one of the folks with the GPAC, Ron Whitmore, who's the local kind of coordinator of it, I think he communicated with both Nancy and I that he would be happy to talk to us about how to integrate age-friendly with the general plan. So I think the pieces are in place for that to happen.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I just wanted to thank the Senior Advisory Committee and everyone involved with this. It's a lot of data and a lot of work, and getting 903 people to respond to a survey is quite a feat. And it had a lot of good information. We got it earlier in the day or over the weekend, and a lot of the data that's in there or a lot of the things that we hear about as council members. The one thing I'd like, I'm sure you're going to address this, that I'm most interested in seeing is not as much the specifics of how do we, repair our sidewalks, which I think are very important, but how do we reduce isolation for those people, that relatively small percentage of people who feel isolated from their community, not just for their own health and their mental well-being, but so they can help enhance our community. But I just wanted to say thank you. I thought the presentation was excellent, and again, 903 people responding is significant. Thank you.
I'd like to just make one comment on that, on the isolation, is just how important it is to remember that seniors become isolated for a variety of reasons. And it doesn't mean necessarily that they're very low income and can't get out and about. It could be their mobility, it could be their cognition, it could be where their family lives somewhere else in the country, and that addressing this has to be across sectors of the older adult population.
And I want to add that during the pandemic, it became really clear that the two groups who suffered the most from isolation were older adults and also teenagers. And that, efforts to bring those two groups together organically with intergenerational activities or, intergenerational housing or however it works, that's a way to help address that too. So I'm going to make a plug for that as well.
Thank you. I see our city manager has her hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I just want to thank Chris Rebelo, Nancy Frank, and Jennifer Laporte for their leadership. I've spent some time talking with them about ways of us kind of jump starting this effort, having them meet with each of the department heads and taking stock of what we're already doing, and as well as getting together with the Senior Advisory Committee and staff, city staff, and Petaluma People Services to not only reimagine senior services, but intergenerational services, and then coming back to council with some of our thoughts. So really looking forward to delving in and making sure that everything that we do looks through an age-friendly lens. So thank you.
Thank you. And Vice Mayor Barnacle.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Really great to see everything compiled up. One of the comments that I think, Chris, you mentioned was our youth. And I know on the Parks and Rec Commission, we've had sort of a increasing number of conversations talking about, I'll say like the 15 to 20, early 20s range of what do they do when, there's just sort of a lack of activities for people that age. And does age-friendly, the designation and the sort of approach and the measures work for, finding a way to sort of unearth opportunities for that demographic, or is it mostly targeted towards seniors?
Well, it is the definition of age-friendly is that age-friendly is for everybody. It's age-friendly is a great place to grow up, a great place to grow old. So it's funny, when the World Health Organization started age-friendly, it was focused more on seniors and the well-being of seniors. And then they found out that the best way to support the well-being of seniors is to have healthy communities, and that it had to be a community-wide support, and that segregating people according to age is generally not a healthy way to go, and that it really is to create organic opportunities for kids who might need mentoring or help with homework to be able to engage with somebody who's older, somebody who's an experienced but retired carpenter, teaches a kid how to do woodworking. Those chess tables, I just keep coming back to that, older people and younger people. It's an organic way to interact with each other. And I think that age-friendly communities encourage those kind of activities.
Thank you. That's helpful. And I love the chess tables. I've dreamt about people playing chess in different places in Petaluma. So it's awesome to hear that that's coming to fruition. I guess my piece of feedback is that as you think about the action plan, one of the areas where I think we could use more emphasis is on that age group in particular, especially seeing just how some of the positive remarks that we saw on people being active at the older ages, and hearing some of the anecdotes from people with teenagers right now. As you think about the action plan and what your next steps are, to really kind of lean into like what kind of programming would work for that 15, what kind of facilities are needed, because it's just something that I keep hearing over and over again, that we need to start thinking about, people who don't play organized sports, but they have needs too. So thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Posake, followed by Councilmember McDonald.
I'd also like to thank all the speakers for everything they've done in this regard. I'm hopeful that the Cool City Challenge can help in several of the ways that they're considering, and I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you. I'm just glad to want to appreciate all the work you guys have done, and to give us real data. The survey provides real content for the city to use for decision making, and we prefer to do it on an intelligent basis rather than a feelings basis. And so that number of 70% walkers really struck me, because the city's trying to do so much work with sidewalk repair, which is a private property problem, and the city has a program, and we can make that program better. And the quick build program to help crossings of streets that are now tricky. But you bring a synergy. You bring a community side to the department head side. There's a synergy for making things better. And so many really good things that happen in Petaluma happen because a citizens group steps forward and says, hey, we can do this thing better. We don't have to lay it all at the city's feet. We can do this as a team. So I really appreciate your team effort and bringing all that good info.
Oh, great. Our pleasure.
Well, thank you. Thank you for this presentation. And I think Kevin really hit the nail on the head with the term synergy, because the data that you have provided us, I think, needs to be incorporated into our district election database. Because, even though seniors are not a community of interest, you're bringing up issues and questions, that are really important, like, are there parks in every district? Are there places that are not as well served? We really need to use all of this information for our community to be better. I love the statistic that what people really like about Petaluma is that it's a caring community with caring people. And, I totally agree with that. And I think it is really important that we use the groups that have organically come out of both our city government, in terms of one like Cool City, the Cool Cities Challenge, and the one that possibly may come out of our Petaluma Healthcare District, the Blue Zones, which will also be dealing with healthy communities. But, as we as council members look at the different policies we're putting forward, with active transportation, that speaks exactly to this age-friendly issue. And I know you hit on it, but this is very, very exciting, and it's a good shot in the arm for the middle of a council meeting. So thank you very much for bringing this good energy to all of us this evening. And we're going to go on with the rest of our meeting, but we want to thank you very much for the beginning of our age-friendly pursuit.
Great. Have a good evening. Thank you. Sure. Bye-bye.
Okay, and so now with that, we are moving on to the approval of proposed agenda for Monday, December 6th. Do I have any questions or concerns about that from the council?
Mayor,
Yes?
we've got the storm event recap on that.
Oh, I am so sorry. Oh, I just slipped right past that one. But now for the bad news. No, just not really. Okay, so storm, I am so sorry I missed that. So now we will have our second presentation for the October 23rd, 24th storm event recap, and our Public Works and Utilities Department Director, Christopher Bolt, will give his first presentation to our City Council and our community. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mayor. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. I wish it were under better circumstances, but thank you. Today marks, well, actually Friday marked 2 months for me being in this position, serving our wonderful community. And this event occurred exactly 6 weeks into my tenure. So it definitely marks a milestone that I'll never forget. And it caused me to really roll up my sleeves and get to know my team very well. So we had to turn on a dime, as you all know, and pivot from drought and no moisture with a very dry and barren landscape to flooding and excess flows throughout the area. We've learned a lot, and tonight I'm the spokesperson for a very talented and dedicated team. And I just want you to know that we're all very passionate about providing exceptional customer service for our community. So with that, I'll begin the presentation here. Make sure I get the right one. Okay. Can you see that okay in full screen? Okay, great.
Yes, we can.
Wonderful, thank you. So this is a recap of the October 24th atmospheric river storm event, which really lasted for an entire week. Tonight we'll go through three main categories or areas here. First of all, we'll look at the storm event and its impacts. It was a weird, strange event, and I'll explain in a moment about that. Our response activities and timing, timeline, and our review for future preparedness. So first of all, storm event and impacts. Here you see a couple of photos I just want to highlight. This is the Casa Grande Road bridge over Adobe Creek. And you see here our crews on Sunday afternoon were dealing with a lot of debris. With the drought, there wasn't a natural rinsing, so to speak, of organic matter throughout the landscape. So we had to excavate that material out. And you also see there was an assortment of traffic accidents, as well as the flooding that we're all very well aware of. There's a lot of information on this slide, so we'll just pause and take a moment. This is a photo here on the left that I personally took, and I wanted to just highlight the leaves and debris that can clog and cover our drains with the heavy flows, and our crews were all over the city. I too was all over the city helping to observe and monitor situations and respond to numerous calls. What we had was a Category 5 atmospheric river event, and these are conveyor belts of Pacific moisture, and it impacted much of the central west coast for the week of October 19th through the 26th. And on October 24th, we had a Category 5 event, which is exceptional. And it brought rainfalls that were at record levels in certain parts of California, including our community. So here in Petaluma, three main things I wanted to share. The National Weather Service actually advised us in the morning that stream gauges here in the community were well below the flood stage and were actually not forecasted to flood. There's a term we use called antecedent moisture conditions in the watershed, and with the dry conditions we've had, the ground is like a sponge, and it should and can absorb a lot of the moisture. So that's one reason that the streams themselves didn't flood, unless they had blockages, of course, like the photos I've shown a moment ago. Our post-storm analysis, I worked with an expert from our Sonoma Water Authority, and we went through calculations together, and we realized that with a rainfall depth of 6 to 7 inches in 24 hours on October 24th, that we actually had a 100-year rainfall event here within the city limits. We have a lot of impervious areas, streets, roofs, driveways, parking lots, and so forth. So that water couldn't actually soak in quite like it can out in the surrounding areas of the community. We also discovered, strangely enough, that outside the city in the watershed areas that drain to the community into the Petaluma River, we only had 10 to 25-year rainfall events. So that explains why we didn't exactly see flooding in normally expected areas. Another contributing factor was that high tide occurred at 3:55 p.m. at 6.38 feet and low tide at 11:37 p.m. And as you'll see later in the timeline, the high tide occurred at exactly the wrong time. And it was actually sustained water levels over the afternoon, and our pumps were fighting against that, those high water levels. So impact to Petaluma is sixfold here, or fivefold. Localized flooding, as I'll go through in a moment, sanitary sewer overflows, 10 times incoming flow increases at Ellis Creek, as I'll show you, and we have power outages and an assortment of vehicular accidents, downed trees, and other damage. So this map here shows 31 incidents of localized isolated drainage issues throughout the community that were known or reported. There may be more that we weren't aware of, but has since been handled. These yellow diamonds depict those areas geographically. And then you also see the red triangles, which are SSOs. SSO stands for sanitary sewer overflow, which means that our sanitary sewer collection system was overwhelmed by infiltration, which I'll explain more in a moment. So amongst the flooding throughout the community, we had 60 plus total calls, and with the various items listed here of that nature. We had numerous street closures, and we had the Adobe Creek blockage. Our public works crews were extremely busy all over the community that day, and it was very, very intense for us. So the sanitary sewer overflows, old sewer systems like we have in the west side of our community, the west area of our community, are leaky. They absorb rainwater from the ground because of the leaks, cracks, and so forth in the old clay lines. But there's also a lot of illicit connections from gutters, roof drains, sump pumps, and even storm drains that just flat out drain a parking lot to our sanitary system. And we've been conducting over the last many years here, we have several studies trying to find those areas, but there were 6 areas that exhibited sanitary sewer overflows in the community, all depicted here with the red triangles. This is a very serious situation, and we promptly filed the necessary notifications with the state of California, and we took this very seriously and have been investigating these rigorously since the event occurred. Ellis Creek water recycling facility is a bit of a success story, and our normal average daily flow, as you can see, is around 4.2 million gallons each and every day, depicted by this red line here. And during the storm event, you can see that levels were rising at about 5 a.m. on the 24th and kind of subsided, but then shot up at close to noon and sustained to close to a record flow of 38.34 million gallons per day at 5:23 p.m. And fortunately, around 10 p.m., things started to fall off. This is a direct result of the inflow and infiltration in our community through the storm sewer, mostly on the west side of our city. So power outages. This is also somewhat of a good thing. Our crews were very responsive. The southwest area of our community experienced a sustained power outage starting around 4 a.m. that morning. And we quickly mobilized to make sure we had water supply at our booster stations. Here you can see 3 of our generators deployed and successfully keeping things running. We also had traffic lights that were out in numerous locations. These are photographs I took as I was patrolling and looking at the overall situation throughout the community that afternoon. So our response activities and timeline. And here are a couple compelling photos. Here's our fire department, who were very, very helpful that afternoon, performing welfare checks and talking with residents. So I want to split the timeline into 4 phases. Phase 1 is before the storm, because we had a lot of activity going on beforehand, to noon on October 24th, Sunday. Phase 2 is an intense 6-hour period from noon to 6 p.m. that day. And phase 3 is after 6 p.m. into the evening, when things started to subside and rainfall intensity lessened. And then we have our after storm events, which is a very important topic all in itself. So phase 1, and this timeline is a little squiggly, comes around this way and goes like this. So on 10/20, we began our storm preparations. We moved to departmental prep meetings. We had a lot of conversations internally, double checking and reviewing, are we ready as we head into the rainy season? We had social media posts regarding sandbag availability. We also had information go out the next morning on the 22nd about a comprehensive social media post about power outages, etc. And as I mentioned, 4 a.m. that morning, this is red because that's kind of a milestone as to when things started to heat up for us. At 8 a.m., we began receiving a lot of calls. 8:30, our public works crews are out in full force, along with police and fire, responding to developing storm issues. Our stormwater pump station checks begin. We ran the circuit. We have 3 main stormwater stations that take stormwater flows. This is not the sanitary system. This is just our stormwater system. Vallejo, Payran, and our Wilson Street station. We gave them special love and attention throughout the day to make sure they were running well. And at 11:45 a.m., we already talked about how the Ellis Creek facility experienced 10 times its daily average flows. We have neighboring plants in our region that had significant spills of sewage overflows at their plants. So we were very fortunate to not have that situation here. We have plenty of storage, and fortunately, we were able to hold those extra flows back. Phase 2 is noon to 6 p.m. A lot was happening, but the highlights are that water levels began rising around noon. We realized we have an issue in the East Court and in that area. The Lakeville segment between Caulfield and D Street was closed. Fire added extra units to assist. Public safety evaluated possible evacuations. Our crews continued to patrol throughout that time period. Police reported 200 calls for service. Fire had 67 emergency calls, all in the throes of this same time frame. 3:55 p.m. was not helpful to have the high tide and sustained high water levels. Our pumps were basically fighting against it, particularly at the Wilson Street station, which is located directly across from Maselli's and Maselli & Sons hardware store and East Court. So those pumps, actually 2 of them began overheating, and we had to shut them down to allow them to cool down and restart. At 5 p.m., a fire department began conducting door-to-door welfare checks at homes and offered to assist with evacuations. So continuing on to phase 3. This is after 6 p.m. Power is slowly restored to the southwest area, including traffic signals, and our water stations were getting back in service. Lakeville was reopened, but we had to keep East Court, Lindbergh, and Wilson Street closed overnight. 8 p.m. onward, water levels seemed to be stabilizing. Rainfall intensities were lessening. And at 9 p.m., our fire department conducted another welfare check at East Court and Lindbergh Lane, and shutting off gas, actually, for one home to assist them. So at 11:37 p.m., relief came with low tide. So this really did help some of the stormwater to drain away, especially in that area. So phase 4, lastly, and this is important because our community outreach efforts, our heart goes out to the residents impacted. Our storm efforts continued into Monday. In-person visits were made to residents. I myself visited many of the residents and talked with them, looked at some of the damages, and we began here at the city under the exceptional leadership of Peggy. We began our debriefing discussions. Disposal bins were provided at East Court on Tuesday, and our public works crews assisted residents with demolition and cleanup and disposal of items both Tuesday and Wednesday that week. And on Friday, risk management reached out to the residents, and mayor and the city manager, Flynn, visited residents on East Court. And I myself visited with Jim Maselli to take a good look at how his business had been impacted by those high water levels. So this coordination is ongoing, and we continue to provide disposal bins, and our after action discussions also continue. I want to point out that on November 8th, we took a lot of time and energy to have a unified collaboration, and our outreach efforts were exceptional, as you'll see here momentarily. And on the 17th, this week, we actually have a tabletop emergency prep exercise planned to bring us together once again and continue learning, as I show here, with continuous process improvement efforts. So for a few review and future preparedness, you see here a photograph of the Vallejo pump station. The hatch is open. There's a team of us out. We'd all stood back for this photograph, but we're taking a real good look at each of our stormwater pump stations to try to learn what works, what doesn't work. Fortunately, Payran and Vallejo stations worked very well in the storm. Wilson, we are taking a closer look at as well to just ensure that this doesn't happen in the future. So our actions were swift in reviewing and analyzing this. Our after action debriefs began right away, both departmentally, citywide, and then fire, police, and public works had a special meeting where we all met in person and went through what we all know, what could happen to make sure in the future we can help support our community better. The desktop analysis and audits are ongoing. There's a lot of investigation, reviewing records, studies, and project plans of our infrastructure, and reviewing various storm impacts and events. And lastly, as I was highlighting in the photographs, we have been looking closely at these sanitary sewer overflows, as well as taking a very good look. My fresh set of eyes and also some of our newer team members are very helpful in asking a lot of questions about why things are the way they are, how can we make them better. So it's a very important step in this process. So moving forward, as we wrap up here, the continued enhanced preparedness and communication will continue. The November 8th storm is testament to that. We held numerous planning meetings and discussions throughout the day. We developed a unified plan and implementation, kind of a 2.0. We were already doing things well, I believe, but this took it to the next level. And proactive public outreach and messaging before and throughout the event is very important. And then we completed stormwater facility inspections the day of the storm, before it happened, just to make sure everything was okay. You can see here in this photo, we're looking to make sure there's no trash and debris in the way. So things were in good order. And I mentioned already the tabletop emergency exercise on Wednesday. We're continuing to identify critical infrastructure needs, and you're going to hear more about this in the future, particularly the inflow and infiltration issues, and the audit and review of our storm pump stations and related facilities. Continuous process improvement is paramount, and we take this very seriously as we all strive to provide exceptional service to our community. Here's an example of the storm advisory bulletins that we personally handed out. Hats off to our communications team who did a wonderful job pulling this together. A very bold phone number. If you have issues, a one-stop shop, call here and they will make sure that Public Works or whatever department is notified and they can get assistance. And there's a Spanish version here too, also very important. So these were circulated, and I personally delivered one to Maselli & Sons hardware store to make sure they were informed as to who they could contact should any events happen on that date of November 8th. We also had social media posts, both English and Spanish, similarly advising the public about the wind advisory and the expected rainfall. And the last slide I have here is the big picture view. This is a graphic that courtesy of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and there's a great article that goes with it on the link provided in this slide. And it's very important to note that we were just one piece of this overall puzzle from the October 21 series of events that the entire United States experienced. So as we've said amongst ourselves, it's maybe in the past been an anomaly, but moving forward in the future, we need to make sure we accommodate and or get used to these anomalies, so to speak, and plan for working with them. So I want to thank you. I'll try to stop my screen share now if I can. Let's see here if I can figure it out. Thank you.
Fine. Thank you very much. And thank you for that very complete debrief. That's good for us and for the community to know. Are there any questions from people on the council? Okay, I think you answered our questions. And so, you know, the problem with Petaluma is water. You know, it's either too much or not enough. So, and you've gotten to experience both of those. So stick around for some more.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that good presentation.
Thank you.
So now I will get back to where I was already headed prematurely. And this is the approval of the proposed agenda for December 6th, 2021. And are there any questions? If not, can I get a motion? Councilmember King
So moved.
and Councilmember McDonald.
Second.
Thank you. And I will ask our deputy clerk for a roll call vote.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Osake.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we're on to the consent calendar. I have 4 items on the consent calendar, and I have not heard from anyone who would like to pull anything on the council. So I will ask if there's any comment on the council. Seeing none, I will ask our deputy clerk if she has received any public comment on this item, on any of these items.
We have not, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And so with that, we will see if there's anybody in the public who would like to speak to a consent calendar item. And I'll ask our moderator to please check with those in attendance.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the public wishing to speak on the consent calendar items only, please raise your hand in Zoom and you'll be called on in turn. You'll have 3 minutes in which to give your comments. And I see a hand raised by Paul G, so I'll share my screen. And Paul, you may unmute and begin your comments on the consent calendar.
Thank you. I was midpoint in a presentation of important evidence on November 1st when Patrick Carter improperly cut me off and ended my public comment 36 seconds early. I'm asking for that time back tonight, plus the 10 seconds it took for this plea, as there's no provision for point of order in these Zoom meetings. I attest and affirm the following statements are true, accurate within my personal knowledge. For future hybrid and or in-person public meetings, the council must permanently shelve the wrong-headed idea that the city council can discriminate against its residents based on personal medical choices. Folks, we live in America. We have freedoms and the right to redress our grievances to our local government face-to-face, full stop. That errant comment from Councilmember Healy 2 weeks ago was very, very uninformed. Allow me to inform. The following story can be viewed and heard at the YouTube link I already mailed to each of you twice. Jonathan J. Cooey, PhD, a virologist from the University of Pittsburgh, has a video and a downloadable paper well worth reading. Now think of measles for a moment. Typically, immunization results in sterilizing immunity, either by...
Sorry, Paul, I'm going to pause you there. Please make your comments relevant to this discussion. You'll have your time, but if you go off topic again, you'll be muted.
We are talking about important information that results in the decision with regards to this meeting. This is not off topic. And you must give my time back for you interrupting like this. This is important information, whether you like the narrative or not. The point is the truth matters, not the false narrative. So please do not cut me off again. This will be a real problem with the city if you do it again, sir.
I'm sorry, Paul, you have failed to get back on topic. You may bring your comments during general public comment, and that would be more appropriate for this. Madam Mayor, that is the last hand raised, so I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will close public comment on the consent calendar, and I'll call on the Vice Mayor.
I'll move the consent calendar as written.
And I will call on Councilmember McDonald.
I'll second.
So we have a motion and a second, and I will ask for a roll call vote by the Deputy City Clerk.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Kosake.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. And with that, we're moving on to new business. And at this point, I would like to announce again the number of public attendees at the meeting is now at 51. Yes, it's the same number, but it did go up and has now gone back down to that number. So people have been asking about wanting to know how many people are in attendance. So with that, I'm sharing that information. So on new business, we are going on to item 5A, which is an introduction, first reading of ordinances to change certain appropriations for the operations of the city of Petaluma from July 1, 2021 to June 30, 2022, and resolution updating the authorized and funded permanent position schedule. And I would like to just remind the council that on this issue, we will be voting on 6 ordinances and 2 resolutions. So we will ask our finance director, Corey Garbarolio, to make the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Barrett, members of the City Council. The city reviews its budget on a continual basis. 3 budget reports are typically presented annually, one at first quarter, one at mid-year, and a final at year-end. The proposed first quarter budget adjustments before you this evening are to the adopted budget for fiscal year 21-22. The majority of the budget adjustments presented are resulting from approved council actions since July 1st, along with prior year unused budget carryovers. A detailed list of all budget adjustments is included in the staff report. GASB 54 requires that fund balances committed and released for specific purposes be authorized by resolution of the City Council. This includes commitments and releases for the general plan, turf replacement, and employee compensation. So it is recommended in this evening that the City Council introduce the attached ordinances to amend appropriation budgets for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2022. It's also recommended that the council adopt the resolution committing and releasing general fund reserves for specific uses, along with the resolution updating the authorized and funded positions schedule. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will ask if there's anybody on the, oh, I see 2 hands. So Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you very much. I'm just looking at this and recognizing how much work the council has added to the budget this year for staff, and how much basically we've changed the budget this year. I think if I have this right, it's the expenses that we've approved this quarter are another 4.8 million, and then the carryover from last year is another 7 million, and we have money in the. So I guess what I'm reading from this is that not how we're doing on the budget, but what we're adding to the budget, and do we have for it? So, and then some of the things that we approve, like the Danco spending, needs to get shown, but we won't spend it this year. And some of the stuff like the ARPA stuff that we approve, 4 million to 8, somewhere between 4 and 8 million, doesn't show here. Things like the Quick Haven housing purchases that we approved. And then we approved a $2 million paving increase earlier that didn't get rolled up into this. But the impact for me is that we added 4.8342, something like 14 million to a budget of 190 million. That's quite a bit in one quarter. And I'm assuming I have all the numbers right. That's the question to staff.
I believe so. There was 4.9 million included in expenditures that we've added. The ARPA items were added separately with their own ordinances when the ARPA item came forward. So that was an additional roughly 8 million. And then, yes, there's budget carryovers as well. So
So I guess I love adding more, not work for the city, but gainful progress, being built things for the city. I like the city getting more stuff done and providing the money for it, and having the council vote for doing the things needed in the community. I mean, it's not today's conversation, I understand, but I just worry we're adding so much into the budget. Is like, how are we going to accomplish all that? And so that's the challenge of being staff, I suppose. But we had a $25 million capital budget last year. This year it's 54 million so far. And next year it's 85 million in our 5-year plan. We are just being a very ambitious city. And I guess I kind of want to acknowledge how ambitious that is. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. So I just wanted to compliment staff on the very thorough report. I just had one question, and this is actually the topic that Councilmember McDonald just touched on. On the top of page 3, the first bullet point refers to the $2 million that we allocated for the Danco project out of in lieu impact fees and linkage fees. Is this action to actually send the money to Danco, or is this just an internal accounting recognition of what we did? Because I believe the allocation to Danco was subject to them receiving the other grant funding they need, and then this would at that point this money would go to them.
it's just an internal accounting of the budget so that our budget reflects what we expect to occur at this moment. Now that could change as we head, into mid-year. So we'll come back to council at mid-year in January, February. Now, if we know something new about that project, then we'll adjust the budget accordingly so that when we head into next year's budget cycle, our fund balances represent truly what we expect to occur.
Okay, thank you. So we're not sending the money to them before they receive their other necessary grants. Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other council questions or comments, so I will ask our deputy city clerk if she has received any public comment on this item.
We have not, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And with that, I'll ask our moderator to see if there's anybody in the public who would like to speak to this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the public wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom and you'll be called on in turn. You have 3 minutes in which to give your comments, and please stay on topic. Our first speaker is Paul G., followed by Ben Peters. Paul, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Okay, now let's keep track. You owe me 2 minutes of stolen public comment, and Patrick Carter, you cannot legally be.
Paul, please get to the subject on hand. Please do not direct your comments at me. Now, please continue.
I need the time back. Mayor Barrett, please give the time back. Now, when we look at the budget here, one thing jumps off the page at me. In addition to the increases that Councilmember McDonald showed up, and look, folks, these are huge increases. You have to ask yourself whether that is exactly what is the will of the people to spend that much extra money at this time. I understand that the council keeps voting these things through, but are you checking with the people to understand whether they're comfortable with that? Because you are mortgaging the future of the city when you make these decisions. Now, in here, just jumping right off of the page, is $1 million for the general plan. $1 million for consultants to go through a general plan update that didn't really need it to be updated. And you did it fast. I am just shocked that we're spending that much money on some consultants. That really can be very much of a publicly driven process, as lots of these things can be. And so I do think we should be very, very careful about the large size of increased spending that is occurring now. Now, look, we realize that the federal government has printed up a bunch of extra money to give it to the states, to give it to the locals. We understand that's happening, but we have to be careful about what we are going to do as a city here, because we can't have the rampant inflation. We can't have these different things that will come from unmitigated spending. It's important to have some restraint. That's my public comment. I want my time back, please.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker is Ben Peters. Ben, you may unmute and begin your comment.
Just a quick comment about the vehicle leases. It looks like we're spending $35,000 for Parks and Rec leases for vehicles, and there's really no transparency to this process. I went and reviewed the earlier presentation on the vehicles, and there was a promise to get more information into the public and create a formal review process. It seems the vehicle leasing situation has turned into a little bit of a black box for the public, and that should change. Really, the addition of these leases is my understanding only showing up in this resolution. And so we need to get a little bit more transparency about the types of vehicles that the city is out there leasing, the total dollar spending and commitments over the multi-year period of those leases, and how they impact the vehicle replacement fund. Thanks.
Thank you, Ben. And that is the last hand raised, so I'll turn it back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. And with that, we'll close public comment on this item and bring it back to the council. Councilmember Healy. Oh, okay, you brought your hand down. Okay, Vice Mayor Barnacle.
Yeah, two questions actually that popped up. One was just about the status of the e-buses. It just sort of said that what it was, but it was a little bit of an incomplete thought about what the status of those funds were. And then if you can address the questions about the leases, that'd be helpful too, that Mr. Peters brought up.
I'll address the leases first. So those leases actually are for not only Parks and Rec, but Public Works, and I believe Police and Fire as well. And we do have those details. And actually our financial statements that are going to be issued by the end of December will also have a detailed note in there explaining all of the city's leases. We are required to show that information. We can certainly provide the details of what vehicles we're leasing. They're just not included in this report, but we do have all that.
Understood.
The status of the buses, that might be something that I'll have to get back to you on, and I'm not sure if I have that information handy at this moment.
It's all right. Thank you. I'll go ahead and move the item then.
Thank you very much. And I will then call on Councilmember King.
I'll second that. But with a question, we don't need to do 8 separate motions.
No, but if there's anybody who doesn't agree on all the ordinances and resolutions, we would need, if anybody's choosing to vote differently on one ordinance or another, we would not be able to take them as one motion. So unless someone raises their hand to indicate that they have some concerns, we can accept the Vice Mayor's motion and the second by Councilmember King. Okay, and with that, I will ask the Deputy City Clerk for a roll call vote.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Ely,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Osake.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. And with that, we are off to new business item 5B, which is the introduction, first reading of an ordinance amending and retitling Chapter 8.20 of the Petaluma Municipal Code as regulation of smoking, amending Section 8.20.040 of the Petaluma Municipal Code regarding smoking in public places, repealing Section 2.20.120 of the Petaluma Municipal Code, and adding a new chapter 8.21 to the Petaluma Municipal Code entitled Regulation of Retail Tobacco Sales. And our assistant city attorney, Dylan Brady, will give the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. I'm going to try to share my screen here. I do have hopefully a quick 10-slide presentation. Like you just said, Mayor, I get the pleasure of discussing and recommending this item, which is adding Chapter 8.21, which we are calling Regulation of Tobacco Retail Sales, which includes a tobacco retail license, as well as some minor cleanups to Chapter 8.20, which is we're now calling Smoking in Public Places. And although I'm presenting, this really was a collaborative effort between multiple departments, including the County Public Health Services. And I believe they are on to answer any questions. Hopefully it's only 9:30 or so maybe they're still up. But also the Petaluma Police Department and Economic Development were very helpful getting us to where we are here today.
Dylan, really quick interrupting. Sorry about that. I believe that your presentation's cutting off. Is anybody else not seeing the full presentation? Okay, there it goes. It's better now.
Okay, you can see it now?
Yeah, it was better there for a second. We were cutting off the top and the bottom.
Okay, let me
just try that again. There, that's good now.
Okay, awesome. Well, let me know if there's an issue, and I did plan ahead and email this over to Patrick just in case to help guide us through this. So currently where we are now, we do have Chapter 8.20 in our municipal code, and that regulates smoking tobacco in certain public places, new duplexes and multifamily residences. And currently that ordinance gets a grade of B from the American Lung Association, who every year does a state of tobacco control and grades local municipalities their tobacco regulations. I'll jump a slide real quick so you can all see this, but here is Sonoma County jurisdictions. Ours is the highlighted one, and that stands out really is under the reducing sales of tobacco products, the tobacco retail licensing, it's a 0. But if this ordinance is enacted and adopted, we will be able to get all 4 points and be able to get an A and put our grade on our refrigerator. So we also currently have in Petaluma 54 tobacco retailers, and 8 of those 54 would be what the county defines as significant tobacco retailers, which is based on their sales or surface for sales. I think it's 20% or 50% of their gross sales are tobacco products. And then just back in August 2nd, there was a resolution passed by City Council that discussed their goals and priorities, and adopting a tobacco retail license was a green one priority. So if adopted today or introduced today and adopted in December 6th, this will satisfy that requirement. So we saw that slide, and then let's get into it. So we did have a meeting back in last Tuesday with all the tobacco retailers. I wanted to mention that with staff to let them know that this item is coming, to hopefully answer any questions that they have on this item. And then staff, we did commit to, if enacted, to go back and have another meeting with the tobacco retailers to help them with the application process and answer any other questions they have. So part of this ordinance, the main part is the tobacco retail license. The licenses are very common. We have one in Petaluma for the massage ordinance. It's through the city's police powers and able to regulate public health. So the massage ordinance, it's designed to make sure that the masseuses are all trained, certified, and have the sanitary products. In regards to tobacco retail products, there's over 200 cities and counties that currently have tobacco retail licenses. How this license works is every tobacco retailer in Petaluma would be required to obtain and fill out an application from the city by January 1st, 2023. This timeline will give city and staff more ability to educate the retailers, as well as come back at a later date with a fee resolution. As part of this license, the tobacco retailers will have to apply annually for a license that will include a fee. These fees will be the city will be able to recover its costs in enforcing, reviewing these applications. The licenses are non-transferable. And one question that I really want to make clear is this proposed ordinance is not banning tobacco sales. It's just that tobacco retailers need to obtain a license to be able to sell tobacco products within the city of Petaluma. And as part of the tobacco retail, any new none of the 54 existing retailers. So if you are tobacco retailer number 55 and you want to come to city of Petaluma, well, to be able to get that license, first, it can't be within 1,000 feet of youth-oriented areas, that's schools and parks. You cannot be within 500 feet of existing tobacco retailers. And then there is a density requirement. So under our ordinance, the proposed ordinance, it's 1 license per 2,000 inhabitants, not including the existing 54. So currently with a population of 60,000 or so in Petaluma and 54 tobacco retailers, there would be quite a either increase of population or decrease in tobacco retailers. So this ordinance does exist as sort of a de facto prohibition on new tobacco retailers. The ordinance also will not give licenses to pharmacies, as they are major health participants in the healthcare industry. And if you buy tobacco products from a pharmacy, it kind of infers that it is helpful for your health, or mobile vendors, and that's because it is difficult to do surprise inspections and make sure that they're complying with the ordinance if they are traveling everywhere and we don't know where they are, as well as mobile vendors make it more difficult and more likely that they will sell products in youth-oriented areas. So under the ordinance, you will need a license to retail tobacco by January 1st, 2023. The second main part of the ordinance is no flavored tobacco, including menthol products, will be able to be sold in Petaluma within 6 months of the ordinance taking effect. Under the current schedule, the second reading would be, if adopted or approved today, that would be December 6th. 30 days from December 6th would be about January 6th, plus 6 months. We're looking at like July 6th. Tobacco retailers would be prohibited from selling flavored tobacco. That includes menthol. We define flavored tobacco as smell or a taste that is different than tobacco. And this also, it would be prohibited in 6 months from the ordinance taking effect, selling electronic smoking devices. In this table here, it's from the same state of tobacco, but it is to show that tobacco retail licenses on this study have proven a really great drop from before and after youth sales rates. And I also wanted to just show this slide too, because it gives a pretty good range of where our tobacco license fees will likely be located once we come back at a later date, if adopted, and we figure out what that enforcement looks like. And then the third major part of the tobacco retail license, or Chapter 821, is minimum pricing and packaging. All packaging requirements will need to be sold as they're manufactured. No thrills. It needs to be child resistant. It needs to come as it is intended and complying with the state and federal laws. There will also be prohibition on discounts, no nominal sales, no free samples, and these prices need to be visible. And then there is the minimum requirements for tobacco sales, minimum $10 for a pack of 20 cigarettes. For packs of little cigars, they need to be sold in packages of at least 5 and at least $2 each per little cigar. Cigars need to be in packages of 2, unless that cigar is more than $10. And I should say too that these prices mirror Sebastopol's current ordinance. And that is what this matrix shows here. It is a comparison of what the other jurisdictions in the county have. This minimum prices is where Sebastopol, Windsor, and the town of Sonoma has. And then it is shown a little easier. Ingrid Alverde helped make this, where our licenses will look in relations to everyone else, and all of our boxes would be yeses. And then I just should say too, as part of the fees, I mentioned it will be for enforcement. There will be progressive enforcement for per violation. So one violation, I believe, under the ordinance is a 30-day suspension. The suspended tobacco retailer will have to show a sign that says that their license was suspended and the date that their license will be reinstated. I believe it's a 3-strike policy where if you violate our ordinance or federal or state tobacco laws, we have the ability to revoke your license. And then just really there were some minor cleanups to Chapter 820 to make our ordinance in line with 821, the new ordinance. It said 18 instead of 21. The new federal age to purchase is 21. And under the old ordinance, we allowed self-service machines like vending machines to sell tobacco products, which our new ordinance prohibits. And then just wanted to leave this information, if public or tobacco retailers out there have any questions, here is an email address, website to gain more information. And then this top one is the county provided it to give to any tobacco retailers looking for grants that are interested in transitioning their business. So that's the end of my presentation. Happy to answer any questions anyone may have. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Maybe you could stop sharing your screen.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And I see Councilmember Posake has his hand up, so we'll start there.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Great presentation, Dylan. I'm not sure if I'm understanding it, one thing correctly, which is new licenses, I understand, will be prohibited after January 1, 2023. But there can be new retailers opening stores during 2022. Is that correct?
So yes, that is correct. But then come January 1st, 2023, they would not be able to obtain a license. So if they are selling tobacco products, they would be in violation of our ordinance, and we'd be able to enforce with civil or criminal fines.
Okay, great. I just wasn't quite sure about that. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember King.
Thank you. So if I understood both the staff report and your presentation, which was excellent, by the way, the information provided, the ban on flavored tobacco products as described will begin on July 6, 2022, correct?
Correct.
I would like to have that date coincide with the ability, with a deadline to get a license. Is there anything legally that restricts us? I realize there's some time considerations to figure out the amount of the license to be paid, but that's 7.5 months down the road, in fact, more than 7.5 months down the road. I would like to shorten that period. I don't know if there's any other support on the council for that, but to me, that gives the businesses adequate time to adjust. I'm not going to go through the litany of other ordinances we've passed where businesses did not have anywhere near 7.5 months to make an adjustment, but we have on this council since I've been on it. So unless there's a legal restriction, I would like to push for an earlier deadline for these businesses to get their license. So that's one comment I have. Secondly, in the options section, we currently, in the report, we currently have 54 outlets. And there's a reference to 2,000, outlets related to population capping off at 30. I have a question and a comment. Can we cap the number of new retailers at the current group, akin to what a prior council, prior to my involvement, did with fireworks use? Basically, it locked in who had existing licenses. If they failed to renew, they were dropped, and there would be no further or new retail outlets selling tobacco. 54 is an enormous number of locations for that particular product. I'm wondering if we can get milk in 54 locations in Petaluma. Probably not. So I would like to see not only a cap, but a restriction on new licenses if that's legally permissible. You gave us options. That was one of them, a ban on, if you want to include menthol, and I would absolutely want to include that, and price floor, minimum pricing, I would support that too. I think this is a strong ordinance. With those comments, I'd like to see it adjusted to some degree if there's support with my colleagues. Thank you. And there were some questions in there. I realized it was more of a filibuster, but there were a question or two. Obviously, I don't want to do anything that we can't legally support, but I don't want this thing to be a situation, if we have an option, that we allow a year, a month and a half before retailers are required to get a license.
Sure, great questions, Councilmember King. Both of your answers are legally permissible. For your first question about upping the date to coincide for 6 months, I think there's absolutely legally possible. It just would need to be a priority for staff. I think we could accomplish it. It would be a multi-departmental task, but that is something that I think we could do. The main obstacle I see for that is creating the fee resolution. And then we would like to provide the retailers, a couple months to apply for the application, but I do believe that is possible. And then your second question, Councilmember King, that is currently what the town of Sonoma did in their retail license. They provided, here's the X amount of current retailers. That is the only retailers, and then they didn't even have a density or buffer zone section in their ordinance, because it was clear that these are the only retailers that the city is going to permit.
Thank you.
And that's something we could do.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Posake?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I agree completely with Councilmember King. I think it's important to do this as soon as we can. I think that I know it's difficult for all the different city departments to be involved, but it seems like with 150 plus cities already having done this, that there's plenty of evidence to borrow from, and even in calculating the cost of this, I think there are lots of numbers to look at, and I would hope we could come up with something without an extraordinary amount of work. But I'm willing to listen to the staff as to whether that is in fact possible. And finally, I think that there is some money, available from the county to help with enforcement through a state grant. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Healy?
Yeah, thank you. So I would like to support moving up the effective date, but I'd like the city manager to weigh in on if we do that, what doesn't happen, or are we creating more hours in the day? Thank you.
Well, I would just say that we're going to have to do it one way or the other, whether we speed it up or we do it in January of 2023. And I think it's just about working with each of the departments, maybe coordinating with finance and business licensing and see if we can find some synergy there. I would ask Ingrid, I know you spoke with staff, or Dylan, was there any other concern from enforcement?
I think our challenge was it's really just coordinating. There's several departments that have to coordinate a workflow process and an application. And we wanted to make sure that we had the applications ready and the rules clear and got them out to the business in time. So they would then in turn have time to fill out the applications, submit the applications, and then we'd have time to review them and issue the licenses. So it's just several steps, especially for the first time around. In kind of pulling all that together.
Thank you.
Thanks. That sounds like a green light to me.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I have a question, and I think I understand what non-transferable means, but if a person has a tobacco retail license and they sell that business, I'm assuming that the license cannot be transferred to the new owner. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, but so what if, okay, so it can't be sold to the new owner. So is that true if it's if there's through family members? Is it any new owner, or, let's say, one brother owns a business and he decides to retire, but his brother or let's say one of their sons wants to continue that business. Is that considered a transfer?
That would be, Your Honor, or Mayor, as written, but that's possible, I believe, to require it be an arm's length. We define arm's length transaction. I think we could prohibit the transfers as long as they are arm's length transfers. If I said that.
For this lay person, what is an arm's length transfer?
Yeah, we define that in our ordinance as, just let me pull it up, I'll be accurate. An arm's length transactions means a sale made in good faith and for valuable consideration that reflects the fair market value between two informed and willing parties. So we could prohibit the transfer restrictions to anything but arm's length transactions. And that would resolve your question about, if it transfers to family members or
result. And if I could add too, Dylan, thank you. The rest of that definition of our arm's length transaction provides that there's a presumption that a sale between family members or companies with related shareholders are not arm's length transactions. And then the prohibition against assignment focuses on, it says a new tobacco retailer's license is required whenever a tobacco retailing location has changed in proprietors. And proprietors means owners or those with a managerial interest. And that interest is deemed to exist when a person has 10% or greater interest in the assets. And there's a definition for managerial interest. So the definitions are, I think, provide pretty good coverage for avoiding sham transfers, to avoid the real focus, which is to require new operators or managers to be new licensees.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'll call on the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate the presentation and supportive of everything that's in it. I just want to caution us about pushing the timeline up. Just like in the prior item, we talked about doing more outreach to sort of harder to reach or less engaged residents for district elections. We're going to want to be trying to get the fairground process going. And ultimately, I just feel like a lot of that work falls on Ingrid's shoulders and on the city manager's shoulders. And I just don't want us to overload this and then you force a process that is overlapping with things when we could extend it out with relatively little impact, I would say, on the bigger picture. I just want to make sure that, like, ultimately something's got to give. Like, we're not creating more hours in the day. We're taking hours from something else that could be done better. And when I think about like the depth of engagement that I'd like to see for district elections, for the fairgrounds, for things like that, I just want to make sure that the staff are going to do it, have the bandwidth that they need to do a good job.
Thank you for that. Before we make any final decisions, let's see if what the public has to say. So I will ask our Deputy City Clerk if she has received any correspondence on this item.
We have received 24 public comments on this item, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And they're all on the website or on the with the agenda?
Yes.
Thank you. And we will ask our moderator to see if there's anybody in the public who would like to speak with public comment on this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the public wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom and you'll be called on in turn. Members looking to speak by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. You'll have 3 minutes in which to give your comments. Speakers are encouraged to be respectful. Threats of violence and obscenity are grounds for removal from this meeting. And please stay on topic. Our first speaker is Michelle McGarry, followed by Miel Louvier. Michelle, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your consideration of a tobacco retail license ordinance in the city of Petaluma. Passing an ordinance will further close the gaps in the county of Sonoma and decrease availability of addicting nicotine products that our youth are using at alarming rates. I have been a certified cessation specialist for 14 years at the Center for Wellbeing. I have had many folks in our cessation groups that began using tobacco products in their teens. Many made the choice to come after 20, 30, even 40 years of using these products with hopes of quitting. And quite a few of them, most of them I'll say, came because they had a recent diagnosis from the medical provider that was caused by the use of the same products we are discussing tonight. It is time to put further measures in place to keep these products less accessible to our young people. On another note, I am happy to announce that the Center for Wellbeing will begin to provide free youth vaping cessation services to the city of Petaluma as soon as we work out some logistics. And we will share those logistics with our partners at the Petaluma Health District CHIPA meetings when they are solid. Again, thank you. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Michelle. Next speaker is Miel Louvier, followed by Blythe Young. Miel, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much. When the council first began to consider this TRL, my children were in 6th and 9th grades. They're now in 8th and 11th, and I could not be more delighted that we're here tonight discussing the hopefully soon to be reality of this potentially life-saving legislation. As a parent, I'm terrified by the possibility that either of my kids could become smokers, drug users, or experiment with vape devices. I am an ex-smoker, and I know firsthand the false sense of emotional comfort the smoking provides and how vulnerable our youth are to this. Vaping and the associated rapid addiction and/or escalated lung disease adds an additional layer of fear. As parents, we have an obligation to keep our children safe. And I worry not just about my own children, but all of our children. We live in a community, and I subscribe to the theory that it takes a village, and you are part of our village. We need support from our leaders in the way of legislation, a TRL, that will remove this addictive temptation from its current easy access by our youth. I'm a longtime Petaluman, and I love P-Town. I would like to thank you for passing the elevated minimum wage and subsequent increase. I'm proud to live here in a community that takes care of its citizens by legislating the path to a living wage. Now we ask that you continue to take care of our community and our vulnerable youth by passing this TRL. Let's follow in the footsteps of our neighbors, Cloverdale, the city of Sonoma, Healdsburg, Windsor, and Sebastopol, and set the example for additional communities to follow our lead. Thank you, Councilmember King, for suggesting a shorter timeline than 7 months. I appreciate your sense of urgency. I have read the tobacco retail license recommendations for the city of Petaluma, and I hope you adopt all of the included recommendations. Additionally, there is one thing I would love to see added. My son plays airsoft, and he can't have airsoft ammunition delivered to our zip code. We're not sure why, but clearly there's some ordinance that prohibits it. So I would love to see something in our TRL that goes one step further and prohibits the delivery of tobacco and vape products to Petaluma. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you for those comments. Next speaker is Blythe Young, followed by Paul G. Blythe, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Blythe Young. I'm the community advocacy director for the American Heart Association here in the Bay Area. The Heart Association supports a comprehensive flavored tobacco sales restriction without exemptions and a strong tobacco retail license. The proposed policy is very strong and will help Petaluma become leaders for your fellow Sonoma County jurisdictions. You may hear from tobacco industry and they may ask for a delay or to wait for the state. The Heart Association supports both state and local policies to restrict the sale of flavored tobacco, and the state effort will allow us to reach communities in California and set a minimum standard for local jurisdictions to build on. There's no preemption in the state law that prevents cities like Petaluma from passing your own policies. Tobacco is the only product that's legally sold in the US that kills people when used as directed, and flavors are the key strategy for hooking new users. It's a privilege to be able to sell these products, and the 100+ municipalities in California who have passed similar policies have not seen retailers close due to flavored tobacco sales restrictions. Implementation and enforcement are crucial to the success of this policy, and a TRL with a fee to fund enforcement, annual compliance checks, and escalating fine or suspension penalty structure gives your flavored tobacco sales restriction teeth and matches your intent to protect Petaluma youth and residents from tobacco-related disease. Thank you for your time and consideration. Please adopt a tobacco retail license with strong enforcement, no exemptions for any retailers, and a full flavors policy. It's time now more than ever to put public health above profits. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Blythe. Our next speaker is Paul G, followed by Carissa Moreno. Paul, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Thank you for my time to speak. I sense unanimity in the council to pass this ordinance through, and it makes perfect sense to use your police powers for health and safety reasons in order to be able to express your social values of what you would like the community to be going forward. So yes, of course, I think you ask anyone who thinks about this issue, is smoking a good thing? Is inhaling anything into your lungs up close and personal like that a good thing for one's health? Well, of course not. And it has never been. But I mean, it's so interesting to see how political this is. Here we are, 2021. When did we know all this? In the 1960s. And you can just watch the Thank You for Smoking video to figure out exactly why we're in this bind right now. You have a very motivated industry trying everything they possibly can to still push a cool and addictive product on young, impressionable people who get hooked for the rest of their lives. Now, unfortunately, that's not the only product like that here in Petaluma or in California. There are other industries that follow exactly the same playbook. And it's unfortunate that you don't always sit down and think about those other kinds of things, but you should consider them under the same police powers. For example, inhaling something inside your lungs is a bad idea. Why is it that cannabis is not part of this? It makes no sense to me. Why is it when smoking cannabis, you don't have any lung problems? Makes no sense to me. Of course it does. It's just that it doesn't have the same branding as smoking has gotten from the 1960s to today. It's just about branding and marketing. That's all it is. Here's another dangerous product that has actually been defective from day one, that actually does have significant up close and personal air pollution, and you have done nothing to regulate it, yet you still have the police powers to do so. And that's very simply wireless RF microwave radiation. Right there, up close and personal, right there in front of your children, being introduced to them where? In your schools. Is that necessary? Of course not. Is it an addictive, cool product that's marketed to young kids in order to get them hooked on it? Yes, it is. But it's blessed by your schools because you haven't yet caught on to the marketing trick there. And you should at least understand that it does apply to all the cell towers that might show up in front of your house. Mr. Danley, for public health and safety reasons, you should be not considering that whatsoever for the very same reasons that you're considering to doing this with cigarette smoke. They're exactly the same. They're products that kill people. We have the evidence. Look no further than Sebastopol, California. It's in your public record. Thank you very much for my time.
Next speaker is Carissa Moreno, followed by Leila Shestra. Carissa, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Thank you, council members. I'm speaking on behalf of the Center for Wellbeing, the Committee for Healthcare Improvement, Hearts of Sonoma County, and as an individual community member. I grew up in Petaluma, and my little brother was addicted to cigarettes. He was nicotine addicted, and he was under the influence of misinformation that vaping would be better for him, that this would be a solution for him to get off the nicotine addiction. Obviously, it wasn't. And he is more nicotine addicted now than ever. And I implore you, this tobacco retail license will save our youth. This tobacco retail license will heal our community. Please, for the betterment of our community, take in consideration this tobacco retail license. This is a good step forward to engage the health and well-being of our community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Leila Shestra, followed by Erica Costa. Leila, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Hello. Good evening, everybody, sir. Actually, I'm concerned about the tobacco license transfer, and I'm representing the business owner of the tobacco retailer. Our concern is that tobacco license, because we spend more than $1 million in our business, and our main focus of the pay of the bank loan, we spend 10 years to pay the bank loan, and after that, our main income is concentrated in the business. And tobacco license, we prefer to transfer to the next, when we are selling the business. If you allow us to transfer our tobacco license, it will be good to recover our investment and our business. This is our main concern. And regarding the menthol product and flavor product selling, I think you prepared that beginning of the 2023 January. Up to that time, I think we can recover to our business. That will be accepted. But the transfer about the sale our tobacco license, we need to transfer to the while we are selling our business. It is very necessary. Otherwise, our business will be collapsed, and we couldn't do. So we need your concern to provide us to transfer our license while we are selling our business. This is very necessary to save our business and to save our investment. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Erica Costa, followed by Therese Vogue. Erica, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Hello, good evening, council members. Thank you so much for taking this up this evening, staying with us late tonight. My name is Erica Costa, and I'm the Advocacy Director for the American Lung Association in California. On behalf of the American Lung Association in California, the leading public health organization fighting to reduce and prevent lung disease, I'm here to express our support for restricting the sale of flavored tobacco and for ensuring that there are strong tobacco retailer licenses in action. so that we know that these tobacco control laws are enforced properly. Each year in California, there are nearly 40,000 adults that die from smoking-related causes. And tobacco companies have a long history of using flavored tobacco products to entice new, younger customers. We know that 8 out of 10 youth smokers report that they initiated tobacco use with a flavored tobacco product. We also know that communities of color are targeted specifically by the flavor of menthol and mint. And we know that the younger a person is, the more likely they will be to use a flavored product. E-cigarette use among middle and high school students is higher than that of traditional tobacco products. The number of middle and high school students, so children who are between the ages of 11 and 13 and 14 and 17, young people are using e-cigarettes rose from 3.5 million in 2018 to 5.3 million in 2019. So that's a difference of about 1.7 million youth in only 2 years. And so this is a real problem, and we really are encouraging effective policies to end the sale of flavored tobacco products so that we can curb this trend. So we urge the City Council of Petaluma to restrict the sale of flavored tobacco, promote public health for all of its residents. And as was mentioned earlier, we would love to be able to highlight Petaluma's leadership around tobacco control policies in our annual State of Tobacco Control report as having become stronger as a result of restricting the sale of these products and ensuring that there are strong tobacco retailer licenses in place. Thank you so much for your time this evening.
Thank you for your comments, Erica. Next speaker is Therese Vogue, followed by Samuel Damron. Therese, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Great, thank you. Yes, Therese Vogue, and I'm with the County of Sonoma. And I wanted to let you all know this was a request of one of the council members to just let you all know that the county is available to help with a lot of the after steps should you choose to pass the TRL tonight. Implementation is what we do on the tobacco team. We, for the County of Sonoma, we go out and visit all those retailers once a year, and we are checking and inspecting, and we do that also with the town of Windsor, where we have a contract with them to basically administer and do all their compliance work as well. So, you know, it's very possible that that could be an arrangement with Petaluma. Either way, if you want to continue, if you pass this and want to do your own fee and do your own compliance checks, we're here for you in terms of having worked all the kinks out of the application process and what it looks like, and you know, tracking all the compliance visits and those sort of things. And I'm certainly available for any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Therese. Next speaker is Samuel Damron, followed by Jaime Rojas. Samuel, you do not have current version of Zoom. I'm going to promote you to panelists, and you can unmute and
Thank you,
begin your
Petaluma City
comments.
Council, for this opportunity to share. My name is Samuel Damron. I'm 18 and a student at Santa Rosa Junior College. I attend La Tercera Elementary School and Kenworth Middle School. I'm a part of the Tobacco-Free Sonoma County Community Coalition's Youth Coalition. As a part of the coalition, I've gotten to meet with state elected officials and learn about state and local efforts to ban flavors. Tobacco lobbyists are in a panic. They know their flavored tobacco products are key to hooking teens my age and ensure their long-term customer base. They stalled State Senate Bill SB 793 to buy them more time to keep these products in our local neighborhoods. Now, they are trying to groom city councils to delay enacting local bans until the referendum is over. This is a ploy. This is about their profits. They don't care that the teen vaping epidemic is happening. They want to stall things to see it surge and hook more of my generation. When I was in 6th grade at La Tercera, I was shocked when one of my classmates was suspended from school because of having tobacco products on site. When I attended school, many days when I would walk through the park next to the school, I would see young teenagers smoking, and it was really disturbing to me. A couple of years ago, I volunteered to participate in the County of Sonoma's undercover tobacco purchase operations. During these operations, 1 out of 6 stores sold to underage purchasers on our surveying team across the county. These issues are very real to Petaluma teens. Please pass a strong TRL that bans all tobacco flavors, no exemptions. Please don't wait. Lives are at stake. Thank you, Petaluma City Council.
Thank you for those comments. Next speaker is, sorry about that, Jaime Rojas, followed by Mary Lou. Jaime, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Jaime Rojas with the National Association of Tobacco Outlets, representing many of the retailer and convenience store members in the city of Petaluma. We support tobacco retail licenses as another tier of code enforcement and education, which has been happening in California for the past 10 years. But what we don't support is blanket bans that do not take into account all the facts. Petaluma retailers have a 96 passing rate in tobacco compliance checks conducted in the past 4 years by the FDA in the state of California. So retailers are doing their jobs. Findings completed by the FDA show that e-cigarette use among youth declined about 1/3 in 2020 and declined sharply again in 2021. Recently released studies done by the San Francisco flavor ban conducted by 3 different universities, including Yale, have found that the citywide ban on the sale of all flavored tobacco products resulted in underage youth reverting to smoking traditional cigarettes, causing even more significant health problems. Flavor bans are not working, and that's why tobacco control hasn't given you the numbers of why these have not succeeded. Since currently there's no state flavor ban, as mentioned, this ordinance will not solve the issue of youth usage. This ordinance does nothing to address what another speaker had said, stopping tobacco online sales to youth, penalizing individual adults who give or sell tobacco products to youth, or redirecting the $500 million of annual tobacco tax dollars to improving on-campus school district resources for educational outreach and the harms of youth vaping. Our Petaluma retail members share all the interest in keeping tobacco and electronic smoking devices out of the hands of persons under the age of 21 years of age, as shown in the sting operations done in the past 4 years. As we know, Petaluma's retailers are exemplary in keeping these tobacco products out of the hands of youth. Why would Petaluma City Council want to harm these responsible retailers or chase their customers to other jurisdictions or to illicit markets? We urge tonight the Petaluma City Council not move forward with the proposed ban and work with retailers on stricter code enforcement policy and youth education outreach. We thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Jaime. Next speaker is Mary Lou, followed by Kelly Granger. Mary Lou, you may unmute and begin your comments.
There we go. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. My name is Mary Lou Schmidt. I'm an RN. I have a degree in community health. I'm a member of the task force that worked with Sonoma County Tobacco Free and Sebastopol Community to support the passage of the Sebastopol Tobacco Retail License Initiative. I'm here tonight to support you to adopt the TRL, not only for the benefit of community health, which has been my life's work, but to support support reducing the number of young people who start a lifetime of nicotine addiction by smoking and vaping, leading to illnesses such as cancer and irreversible lung damage. I also would like to encourage this TRL because it then creates consistency across the municipalities of Sonoma County, considering that Sonoma, or that Sebastopol and Windsor have just recently adopted these issues. One of the issues that came up in Sebastopol before the TRL was passed was that that Sebastopol was known as a place for the teens and young adults could go to purchase their vaping supplies, because at that point the county regulations were in place and there was nothing in Sebastopol. Since the TRL, that is no longer the case. So the continuity across these neighboring cities with these regulations can help make these products unavailable by just going to the town next door. The sooner this passes, the better. And I thank you very much for being so positive toward it.
Thank you for your comments, Mary Lou. The next speaker is Kelly Granger, followed by Pedro Toledo. Kelly, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Thank you so very much for having me. I appreciate it, Mayor Barrett and council members. My name is Kelly Granger, and I'm a Petaluma resident. I actually went to Petaluma High School, and my parents have been residents for 30 years. I am currently a parent of 3, a 15-month-old, a 10-year-old, and soon to be 8-year-old child. And my field is in the health and wellness industry. So I spend so much of my time helping people who have compromised health through toxicity. And I help them remove the deadly forever chemicals that are often found in cigarettes and vaping products that are stored in our bodies by those who consume them and by those who breathe them in from their environment, including children. Diet and exercise will not release these chemicals, and they wreak havoc on the brain and body. And because of this, they inhibit people's absorption of the nutrients they need to thrive. This all connects to our health and wellness and the well-being of our entire community. Seeing the incredible uptake of vaping and cigarettes in children, thanks to the marketing of flavored products, it just breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. I, as a mother, spend so much of my time, and my energy and my love providing my children with the best nutrition that I can. And to know that there are outside sources that can take and hook them and harm them, and that's readily accessible, just kills me. And I am in full support of everything that's up on the table. In my childhood, it was Joe the Camel that was addicting people, how cool he was. And now, let's be honest, when's the last time you saw a grown man get so excited to order unicorn poop? Because that is a flavor. Or how about pink bubble gum? These are designed specifically to hook the next generation of children, because so many advocates work so hard to educate about the safety and dangers of these products, and having these flavors and these vaping techniques that are guys. The propaganda is even being given to Nickelodeon. Nickelodeon brought spots to be in front of our children, and that same happens too with the retail stores. And so I urge you, do not wait until 2023. How many more children need to die? Look at what one of the last speakers just promoted, and gave the numbers about the millions of increase in just such a time span. How much more need to get hooked in that process while we wait and we worry about the fairgrounds instead of the absolute life and health of our kids, which is immediate. It is impactful now. Thank you so much for your time and support. I greatly appreciate you.
Thank you for those comments, Kelly. Next speaker is Pedro Toledo, followed by Carol Matham. Pedro, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Thank you again for the opportunity to address the City Council. I'll be brief given the lateness. I just wanted to call in and on behalf of the Petaluma Health Center in support of strengthening Petaluma's tobacco retail license policy. Petaluma Health Center was one of the first federally qualified health centers in the nation to receive the CDC's Million Hearts recognition for reducing heart attacks and strokes. And that has required significant tobacco cessation education amongst our patients. Certainly this change to the tobacco licensing policy will further our goal of improving the health status of Petaluma, and I urge you to support the change. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Pedro. Next speaker is Carol Matham, followed by Bob Curry. Carol, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Hello, good evening. I'm thrilled to hear the comments by so many in support of this ordinance. My name is Carol Matham, and I work with Action on Smoking and Health. We're one of the longest running anti-tobacco organizations in the nation. Action on Smoking and Health is also funded by the California Tobacco Control Program to do work with agencies such as the City of Petaluma and the Tobacco Control Program and others that have commented tonight. The one thing I'd like to bring to your attention is that tobacco products, when used as intended, they are the only item that when used as intended, kill more than 50% of their users and harm millions of others. I want to have you take up for consideration this evening the idea that why allow the sale of tobacco products in your community at all? We look at the information that's been provided tonight on the impact on youth, the youth rates of taking up smoking and vaping products. We see the harm environmentally in our communities. The only reason that cigarette sales or tobacco sales are around is because of the tobacco industry. You have the opportunity tonight to make a difference in California that no one else yet has. 2 cities in the state of California have banned the sale of all tobacco products, but none have done something as innovative of what you might be able to consider, which is phasing out the sale of your tobacco products over a period of 5 years. I strongly encourage you to look into this option as an addition to your ordinance. I seriously ask you to go to sleep tonight not wondering why in the world are we allowing the sale of tobacco products at all in our community. Please take those questions into your consideration. Action on Smoking and Health will be there for Petaluma in any way to help you through this process. And thank you for your time. Good evening.
Thank you, Carol. Our next speaker is Bob Curry, followed by a phone-in listener. So Bob, you can unmute and begin your comments.
Well, good evening, Mayor and Council members. I just want to thank you for being leaders in protecting our youth and adults from the dangers of tobacco. In 2013, you adopted a policy that has improved the health and environment for all Petaluma residents with the passage of groundbreaking ordinance that provides 100% smoke-free multi-unit housing, smoke-free outdoor dining, smoke-free public events, and protection for our youth where they recreate. Tonight, we hope that you will not only adopt a strong TRL that will raise the price of tobacco products and require local licenses to sell tobacco, all this to protect our youth and vulnerable populations, but also join other neighboring jurisdictions and jurisdictions throughout the entire state who have already put in a ban on their flavored tobacco products. One thing I do want to correct to somebody who spoke, a couple of people before me, saying that Petaluma has a high rate of 96% of no sales to any youth. The last sting operation that I was aware of for all of Petaluma, not done by the federal, but by local law enforcement, was over 25% of our retailers sold to youth. So I just want to correct that, not thinking that this was 96%. It was not. And I was going to go into asking for you to have a discussion on the end game of tobacco, of not selling any tobacco products, but I think that's something for a later discussion. And the previous speaker spoke on that. I support everything she said 100%. And I will not take up any more of your time, but I just want to thank you for all that you've done in the past. And you've been a leader, and I know you will be in the future. Appreciate your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Bob. Next speaker is a phone-in caller whose last 4 digits are 0774. I'll allow you to talk. I believe you need to push *6 to unmute yourself. There we go.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Max Perret. I'm the Director of Communications and Public Affairs at the Redwood Community Health Coalition. We represent federally qualified health centers and other similar organizations in Sonoma, Marin, Napa, and Yolo counties, including 10 organizations in Sonoma County. I'll keep my comments brief, just to say thank you for considering this action tonight. I think it's incredibly important that we do everything in our power to keep tobacco products out of the hands, especially of children. in our community. A full 85% of youth reported using flavored tobacco products out of those who vape. And so I think it's incredibly important that we both ban flavored tobacco products as well as take action on tobacco generally. Thank you so much for your consideration and appreciate all that you do.
Thank you for those comments. Next speaker is Greg Dameron, followed by Lori Bremner. Greg, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Thank you, Council, for this opportunity to share this evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. This evening, we've had a visitor from out of the community, a paid tobacco lobbyist who was very assertive about what he thought was going on in Petaluma. I have a different perspective. I've actually participated in being the adult advisor and chauffeur for the teen youth doing those undercover operations in connection with local authorities, and can confirm high rates of sales in Sonoma County. Robert Curry's citation of stats is very important to recognize, but this is what the industry does. It comes in, it spends $1 million an hour on average. It gets to know neighborhoods, but when it comes to speaking the truth about youth access and those who are using those products, they cite inaccurate information. The real accurate information is what I saw at Petaluma High School when the SRO, Officer Miller, dumped a garbage bag full of confiscated vape devices. This is around January 2020, not too long ago. I also have seen teen smoking going on near elementary school campuses in Petaluma when I used to pick up my son when he attended La Tercera Elementary. We also, as coalition members, have gotten phone calls and reports from concerned parents about secret codes that they use when going to certain smoke shops in the city of Petaluma. And by using those passwords, get access to purchase vape products illegally and under the table, essentially. This is what's going on. You've heard from members of the community, you've heard from locals, and I hope that this is a good example of why a tobacco retail license ordinance is needed, is to stop the reach of the industry into our communities, poisoning our teenagers, hooking our youth, and killing its customers and our beloved community members. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Greg. Our next speaker is Lori Bremner. Lori, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Lori Bremner, and I'm here wearing two hats. One, I'm your neighbor. I'm a 30-year resident of unincorporated Sonoma County. I'm also a parent, a cancer survivor, and a daughter who lost her dad too young to tobacco-related illness. So this is very personal for me. Secondly, I represent Parents Against Vaping E-Cigarettes, PAVE. PAVE is the parent voice on the issue of youth tobacco use, and locally, statewide, and nationally. PAVE is very grateful to you for this conversation tonight and your interest in adopting these proven protections. Lung health has never been more important than it is now in the time of COVID, and flavored tobacco is more than ever a deadly hook. We hear heartbreaking stories from parents who desperately seek help as they struggle with their kids' severe nicotine addiction. PAVE supports comprehensive ordinances that end the sale of all flavored tobacco products with no exemptions. We know that leaving any flavor or any flavored product on the shelf just causes kids to switch to that product, chasing the flavors that attracted them to try tobacco in the first place. In some communities, they've made the mistake of excluding minty menthol, which is the original candy flavor. Minty menthol is absolutely a kid favorite, and almost 40% of teenagers who vape use minty menthol, which numbs the throat and helps the poison go down. In some communities, they've made the mistake of excluding flavored shisha tobacco, which is commonly smoked in hookah pipes. It's also smoked in little mini hookahs by kids, and if it's left on the shelf, that becomes the go-to product for youth. If there are any exemptions to your policy, The tobacco industry just shapeshifts and creates a product to circumvent the policy and maximize the loophole. The kids in Petaluma deserve the same protections as the kids in more than 100 municipalities that have already passed flavor ordinances that include menthol. And despite what the retailers will tell you, they have not gone out of business in those communities. Flavored tobacco is only a small portion of a convenience store's profit, and we'd like to see that transition to a product that is healthful for the community. And online sales to youth is another myth in California. Thanks to SB 39, effective January 1st, 2020, it requires an ID to be scanned at delivery so youth can no longer buy tobacco products online. We strongly urge you to move quickly on a comprehensive ordinance that does not include any exemptions and to shorten the implementation period to 3 months, certainly no longer than 6 months. Too many kids will get addicted before 2023. Don't sacrifice them for administrative reasons. Mr. Vice Mayor, the long delay is not a minimal impact if it's your child. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those comments. And that is the last hand raised up. Pam Granger has just raised her hand. Pam, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Good evening, Mayor Barrett and council members. We've done a pretty good job tonight about beating up the public health issues with tobacco products of all kinds. I just want to throw in the mix how appropriate that we should have heard a report from Public Works, because one of the things that we know about tobacco products, whether they're combustibles or electronic, is that they wreak havoc on our environment. Cigarette butts are the most littered item in the world. And because they have a cellulose filter that might take 9 years to degrade, they carry the tobacco that's in them. And I apologize, that's 9 months to degrade. It just seems like 9 years. They have nicotine in their filter, and that leaches out into the waterways if the birds or the fish don't get them first, or at a beach, your child. Then you take that and you add to it the plastics from disposable electronic products and a battery, and you're just looking for an environmental disaster waiting to happen. The e-cigarettes are actually a hazardous waste item. I was so happy that they would take them at the recent DEA pill take back, medicine take back, but you should separate the battery out when you turn in the product, and you should be wearing gloves when you handle it. So we were even contacted by the Sierra Club, who recognized that one way that they could protect the environment was to support tobacco retail license like this. And I'm going to wrap up. When I hear a retailer like the one earlier who was lamenting not being able to transfer a license, or someone who complains about not being able to sell flavored tobacco products or vape devices because they'll lose a lot of money, I wonder, did they not know that they were selling tobacco products with no socially redeeming value that at the very least would cut into their customers' basic income while addicting them, and at the very worst would contribute to their disease and death? I think they do know, and they hide behind it's that legal product cop-out. So when I compare the decision to sell poison at any age to any person versus the health of my grandchildren and their friends, you can bet I'm going with the kids. I say, let's move society forward. Let's upgrade that social norm. I support stopping the sale of all tobacco products. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Pam. And Susan Kirks has raised her hand. Susan, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Thank you. I've been listening with great interest to the really dedicated communicators tonight. And I honestly would just like to say that I think Pam Granger is awesome. And I raised my hand to speak primarily to say that because I know of her long history in Petaluma and Sonoma County working on these issues, and I just really respect her tremendously for her service. That's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
All right, and now I believe that's the last hand, so I'll turn it back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And with that, we will close public comment on this item and bring it back to the council. We'll start with the vice mayor and go next to Councilmember Posake.
Thank you, Mayor. Can someone give the actual numbers of the number of tobacco retailers inside of city limits that have been actually been busted in a sting? We heard 96 and then we heard 25%. That's a fairly big difference, and I just don't want either one of those numbers to be cited in the paper or anywhere else. You know, I don't want to be demonizing people who are selling tobacco unless there's a reason for it.
Sure. Vice Mayor, I do not have those statistics. I know our members of the county that have been so helpful, they might be on, but I don't know if they have those statistics either, but maybe we can get those in the next couple minutes.
Okay. My next question is actually for the county. I really appreciated the comment about the county offering to support us with implementation. I'm wondering what's sort of involved in their offering of support. You know, how much can it offload our staff, and what does it cost, if anything?
And Vice Mayor, I see the city manager has her question, but Patrick, would it be, maybe we could bring Ariel or Therese? Maybe they could help answer that question.
And I would just say, while we're waiting for bringing Therese on, is while we were in the background, Therese sent me the contract they have with the town of Windsor. So I'm looking at it. It's for full administration, Vice Mayor. So that would be a significant help for us, but I don't know what the cost is.
Great, thank you. And then I'll table my next question until after I can think about how to word it properly, but thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Posake, followed by Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, excuse me 1 second, Dennis, I'm sorry. I see that the Therese vote was on. Yes, I see that she's here. So Patrick, I don't know if you have to activate her.
She should be able to talk now. But...
Yeah, I think I can. Can you
Okay,
guys hear me?
good. Did you want to respond to that question?
Yeah, I was actually emailing Peggy when the question came up. So was the question about the youth decoy operation numbers?
No, it was about the cost. That, you know, what the cost of the county services are to the, and what kind of.
Both, Mayor. I would like the Petaluma specific numbers as well.
Oh, what a fee would cost?
Okay.
Well, so there's two questions of that I'd like answered. One is the Petaluma specific numbers for the youth sting,
okay,
and what percentage of the retailers in Petaluma that were part of the sting operation sold products to minors. And then the second question is what would be the cost of the of having the county administer our TRL?
Okay, so I can let's take the cost first. So I can, oh gosh, I can put my video on, but I have no idea what I look like. So right now the town of Windsor is $350, and that's basically a subsidized cost. The county of Sonoma passed a fee of $525, but we've been able to keep the county Sonoma retailers fee down to $350 because we currently have a state gap grant that pays for us to do compliance visits and education. So that's helped keep the costs down. So it's always been $350 for both of those jurisdictions. Again, the approved amount for the county of Sonoma is $525. That's was approved about a year or so ago, but we've been able to keep that down. On the decoy operations, the last decoy operation that we did was in 2018, I want to say. And that was countywide. So we don't parse out the data by each jurisdiction. And that was an 18% sale rate. So I'm not sure, the reference that Bob was making. I'd have to compare notes with him. I know we do what's called a young adult purchase survey, where it's not done by law enforcement and it's non-punitive. So there are other sting operations that are done by law enforcement, and so perhaps he was referencing that, or maybe one that was done around alcohol. I'm not sure. So that's
So you have not been able to answer one part of the Vice Mayor's question. And the other one, when you cite the number 350 or 525, what does that mean?
That's the fee that we charge the retailers. So the 350 is what the retailers are charged. And we're able to keep that fee from being 525, which was the fee passed by the board. We're able to keep it at the 350 because we were awarded this, we competed for a grant and got it. And so we kept the fee down by having that grant, but so.
So I believe the question was, what would the cost be to the city of Petaluma if we partner with the county in doing this enforcement?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some behind the scenes work that needs to happen to get an exact number. I don't have an exact
Okay.
number for you.
Thank you. I see our city manager is waving over there, so maybe she knows something.
Okay.
I was just going to say, if it's per business, and right now we have 54 licenses, and obviously there's going to be setup work. I'm going to say about $25,000, but I'll have to dig deep with Therese on this one.
Okay. Thank you. And Vice Mayor, I don't think that really answered your question, but I think we'll move on at this point.
Did well enough. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I see that the Assistant City Attorney has his hand up, so maybe he has some more information.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Therese, for being able to help answer this question. I just want to iterate, there is a potential issue with cities transferring their ability to do enforcement to other jurisdictions. So definitely something the city would want to look at, but keep all our options open. And if Windsor and the town of Sonoma were able to crack that nut, that'd be something to look at.
Okay, thank you. And I will point out that both Windsor and the town of Sonoma get their police services through the county as well, through the sheriff. So there may be some differences there as well. So we'll go back to Councilmember Posake.
Thank you, Mayor. I had one question of our attorneys and then a comment. I'm wondering, my recollection is that when the mayor suggested we limit the inability to transfer to arm's length transactions, when we did that limit on new gas or on existing gas stations, did we limit that to arm's length transactions? I don't think so. Can anyone help me with that?
Well, I'll let Eric answer too, but Eric and I in the county emailed in the background, and we do believe that our current ordinance does allow transfers within families. So maybe that moots your question, Councilmember Posake, but I'll let the city attorney respond.
Thanks, Dylan and Councilmember Posake. It would, the ordinance is drafted as presented tonight. It doesn't expressly prohibit interfamilial transfers, but it requires them to be arm's length for value. It creates a presumption that transfers that are I should have said intrafamilial. It creates a presumption that transfers within a family are not arm's length, but it's just a presumption. But it defines proprietor, which is someone who has a 10% or greater interest in the assets. And it also defines managerial interest in the singular. So those transfers within a family would still be subject to, in accordance with those definitions, a new license. to the extent that because if you look at the prohibition against transfer provision, I'm flipping to it. If you bear with me for a moment. Section 8.21.100 says that tobacco retailer's license may not be transferred from one person to another or from one location to another. A new tobacco retailer's license is required whenever a tobacco retailing location has a change in proprietors. So it doesn't absolutely prohibit transfers within a family, but it says they must be arm's length for value, presumes that they're not, and then says that a new license is required, subject to those definitions I just read. And as regards the, I honestly don't remember. I'd have to see if we can look quickly with respect to the gas station regulation we did, if we required that.
Councilmember Posake.
I was waiting to get this out. But if a new license is required, then that would be prohibited by our density in that instance, would it not?
Well, we currently, there's that provision. I'm flipping to a different part, sorry, but take me just a second. So right now, there's paragraph F. This is on page 23, paragraph F under 8.21.060. That says, notwithstanding subsection C, which is the youth-oriented area setback, or D, which is the proximity to other retailers, or E, which is the population density one. A tobacco retailer operating lawfully on the date this ordinance is adopted, so that's the date of the second reading, that would otherwise be eligible for a tobacco retailer license for the location for which it's sought may receive or renew a license so long as the following conditions are met, and it lists them. It's timely obtained and renewed, that is the license. They don't stop operations for 60 consecutive days. They don't substantially change the business or premises. And then it lists what constitutes substantial changes, including transfer. So what I would say is, as paragraph F provides for a grandfathering of the lawfully existing businesses as of the date of adoption or second reading of the ordinance.
Okay, if that's the case, I suppose that I'd like to go down as being in favor of amending that slightly to make it that there are no transfers, period. I mean, I think that our economic development department will help folks who are seeking to replace that income. And I feel like there's been 57 years of warning that this kind of thing was coming before now. And so I'd like to see us not allow that transfer at all, but I'll wait to see what others say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilmember Fisher, followed by Councilmember McDonald.
Well, I'm going to say that I'm in total support of everything in this ordinance. Glad it's coming before us finally, and also would like it to be moved up to June of next year and not wait till the beginning of 2023. And am also supportive of Councilmember Posake's idea that we don't have any transfer of licenses even to familial. So if you're the owner, the manager now, or you're in the corporation that owns that business, then you get to keep it. But if you're not, then it doesn't transfer with the business. And with that, I would actually make that motion.
Thank you, and I'll go on to Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you. I too am all in behind this. I'm not sure how you vilify a product that's designed to kill. So, and I agree on the moving date early to June. I did have one point of clarification on the transfer, and Councilman Fisher just mentioned the magic word, corporations. Doesn't, I mean, it sounded like we were talking about individuals for such a long time, and perhaps a family passage from one family member to another was discussed. But if this gets set up, can you apply for the retail tobacco license as a corporation, and as such, change the membership and ownership of the corporation, but never change the license holder?
No. Not based on our definition.
Good answer.
Of a transfer and of proprietors. But council, we haven't been able to research the issue of prohibiting transfers altogether, and that gives me some concern. So I just want to note that for the council.
Thank you, noted. And then I guess my second point is more of a comment. I want to express some gratitude to all the folks who've driven this forward and got it to council tonight. We've mentioned earlier all the good things that Petaluma citizens do, and one of the treats of being on this board is being assigned to CHIPA and Health Action, and meeting all the folks doing the work that gets us here. And I hope each council person gets a chance to have that rotation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember King.
Thank you. I think I said this effectively in my earlier comments, but I do support the no transfers as well, and no new licenses. If someone doesn't pay the fee, or if they let their license lapse, then that's one less retailer we have in Petaluma. So that would be my preference, on to the degree that can be put right into the ordinance, or if it's not already there, I'd like to see that. And then I'm not sure if we need to collectively go through these. In the staff report, there were options. I stated my thoughts about, price floors and licenses, but if those are already in there, I guess my question is, are those already in there at this point?
Yes.
Okay. So with that, and moving the license date, Councilmember Fisher, you mentioned June. I think we had talked about July 6th, which coincides with the actual ban.
I stand corrected.
No, I just
I'll accept that as amendment.
yeah, thank you. Just so that we're consistent. And I just have couple other comments. One of the public speakers mentioned how long she'd waited, and I think the time frame was 2 or 3 years. I think this was brought forward initially in my first goals and objectives in 2015, and it's been out there for a while. And as advocates, I want to thank the people for coming forward and finally getting this in front of us. It does take a while. It is complicated. My thought on this is, and we do have other priorities. I would not even begin to debate that. But moving it forward to that date, I think is a better public policy. I mean, what we're talking about here, really, when we boil it down, is people that are selling poison. And as Dennis, Councilmember Postcate pointed out, they've had a long warning about this. And so with that, I'll second Councilmember Fisher's motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Healy, followed by, oh, wait a minute. I just lost, okay. Now we're back to the Vice Mayor.
My question is, does our current motion include no transfers?
That is my understanding.
Okay.
And I see the the motion is nodding yes.
Well, and on page 6 of the staff report, it says it prohibits transfer of licenses.
As an option or as in the staff ordinance? I just want to make sure I read it properly.
Let's let the city attorney respond to that. Eric?
So thank you, Madam Mayor. The reason I raised my hand is I'm a little confused by the motion because I think I read now in this discussion the non-transferability provision, which is section 8.21.100, that requires a new license application with respect to sale of a business and change of ownership of the business, or change of the owner, or change of location. So that provision is there, and that's what the staff report means, and that's what the ordinance means when it says non-transferable. It means if those things occur, a new license needs to be obtained and granted to continue operating. But I'm not sure what the motion means with respect to that. I mean, that feature's there already, but I don't know if people are if the members are trying to suggest that the businesses couldn't be sold or relocated at all, which is the thing that we've not had a chance to research and or address for the council. But I guess that's my question.
Before we get to an answer of your question, I'd like someone to make a motion to allow us to go beyond 11 o'clock.
I'll make a motion that we can go beyond 11 o'clock.
And a second by Posake. And can we do a roll call vote, please?
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes, if we can take a 5-minute break after this item.
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
and Posake.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. So the city attorney had a question about, did we want more? I don't know if the maker of the motion wants to respond to this, or if Councilmember Posake wants to speak, because I thought there was a clarification that Councilmember Posake mentioned that was picked up in the motion.
But I don't, yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Posake.
No, I guess with respect to that transfer of the business, I don't think anyone's saying that they can't sell the business, although it would be difficult if tobacco is 80% of the sales, I imagine. But I thought what I was trying to see earlier, and I still don't quite understand, that if you have to apply for a new license after a transfer, that wouldn't be denied on the density basis, because we still have too many licenses. And this is a new license. In light of that density, it seemed to me it would be denied.
Correct.
So what I tried to answer in response to that is that if the facts in Petaluma change at a later time, such that the population increases above 108,000, or the retail sales location for tobacco products decrease below 30, then that will activate the density provision. But otherwise, that paragraph F that I've read would say that businesses lawfully operating upon second reading of this ordinance would be able to be licensed and to seek renewals of their license.
Okay.
So I'm sorry if I'm a little tired too, like all of us probably. I'm sorry if I'm not doing a great job explaining that. If that's still unclear, I'll try to do better.
No, I understand.
But I guess the thing it's important that we be clear about, I think, and I'm sorry if I'm being obtuse about that too, is if something is meant regarding non-transferability other than what's already in section 8.21.100.
So I'm going to ask the maker of the motion and the seconder of the motion if you want to retract those and restate the motion, or
My motion did not, it only intended to move the date to July. Even though I said June, but I meant July, not to change any language about the transfer of license.
okay. So and is that the motion that you seconded, Councilmember King? Yes. Okay. So we have a motion.
Thank
and-
you. Sorry for the belaboring. Thank you.
No, it was just clarification. And I still have two hands up. So we have Vice Mayor and the Vice Mayor.
Yep. So my question, I guess, the thing that I'm a little just wondering about here is, suppose that my mother passes away, she owned it. I just inherited a business where I'm paying the lease, and now I'm not allowed to sell the product, the inventory in it, right? So I basically just inherit a giant cost as part of, my deceased mother. And I'm like, I know that's an edge case. There's 54 retailers in the city, and there's probably 5 of them that would incur that sort of a situation. I also think as policymakers, it's important that we think about the edge cases like that. And I'm wondering what would happen in that case, because that'd be a nice icing on the cake to a death in the family, I guess.
So now you're entering this city attorney world of thinking about edge cases, and
yes, that's right.
So I think so the grandfathering in paragraph F would apply if it were operating out of compliance, then that would be a problem. That could be a barrier to licensing and renewal. But if it were operating in compliance, as of the date of the second reading of the ordinance, then those population factors hadn't changed in the meantime. We hadn't gone up to 108,000 or below 30 locations. Then they'd be able to. You would be able to. You'd receive the transfer, apply for a new license, and it's a pretty ministerial, meaning not very discretionary thing, as long as those requirements in F are met. So that's what I would say to assignees or successors in interest in that kind of situation. Cool. So they wouldn't be divested of as long as they were operating lawfully and they followed the procedures. They wouldn't be divested of their benefit.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and I would like to ask this Deputy City Clerk for a roll call vote.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And with that, we're going to take a 5-minute break. It's 11:05 now. We'll be back in session at 11:10. Thank you very much. Okay, so we are back in session after a brief break. And I'm just checking to see if everybody's here. I believe we are. So we will now go to new business item 5C, resolution authorizing the city manager to execute contracts for site improvement for the city of Petaluma's interim housing solutions project, and authorization to execute a professional services agreement between the city and the Committee on the Shelter List for operations of the interim housing solutions program, the People's Village, and Karen Shimizu will be giving the presentation.
Great. Patrick, can you please go ahead and pull the presentation up? Excellent. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council, and community members. Thank you for the opportunity to present this evening Phase 2 of the Interim Housing Solutions Project. We're currently calling that the People's Village. There we go. Thank you. The presentation this evening will include a quick review of the city's response to the shelter crisis, actions, and timeline, process of how the city designed and moved forward with a project that included best practices, shelter solutions linked with wraparound and housing-focused case management services, and how the city strategically responded by leveraging existing partnerships with the community and service providers to build a collaboration of services available on sites for the client. Presenting with me this evening will be Chris Heath of MAD Architecture Incorporated. He's been the lead on the site design and will be providing an update on the key elements of the project. Andrew Henning will also be presenting this evening. He's an expert on homeless services, programs, and projects, and he's going to be focused on the program design, pathways to housing, and success metrics. Jules Pelican, Director of Client Services of COTS for program services, will also be available for specific program questions. Next slide. While this was in the staff report, I just wanted to highlight that there's been the council and the community and staff have been very supportive of this. Much progress and great support. I just wanted to say thank you. Starting from May, actions in June, July, and September, all those council actions have helped move forward our work in serving our unsheltered community members. Next slide, please. The project timeline. So here was the initial snapshot we had. So we've had a little slight delay in the project timeline, not much. It required a little more time to prepare the bid packet with plans for the site improvements. So the bid was published on October 28th versus when we'd anticipated on the 21st. And by receiving comments back from the interested comments, the addendum to the bid packet, the due date was extended 1 week. So instead of having bids, which we had proposed in hand by November 15th, we will have those bids in hand by November 18th, and staff will award contracts based on this evening's outcomes on November 23rd. The time extension, while it did push the project back a little bit, will provide the contractors more time for detailed responses and reduce change orders for the project moving forward. The good news is that staff highlighted the importance of the project timeline once bids are awarded. Next slide. Just quickly, we did move forward and purchase the Quick Haven units, and the units were purchased based on quality, suitability, efficiency, life cycle, and cost, as well as mission alignment. Quick Haven has experienced some delays due to the supply chain, but they plan to have the units ready for us by January. The project will also be installing wet and dry utility connections. This will include connecting to the Mary Isaac Center that has solar capacity and connecting to water and sewer. The one change is the city did not have a good response to the bid for showers and toilets that was published on September 30th. So when the project is first operational, clients will be able to use the showers at the Mary Isaac Center, and portable toilets will be installed on site for short-term use. Next slide. So the city at our meeting on September 20th presented a conceptual site plan. The plan has been revised based on community and council comments to better serve the clients. Chris Heath of MAD Architecture Incorporated will be presenting the changes and the updates to the site plan. With that, I'd like to introduce Chris, and next slide.
Thank you, Karen, and good evening, members of the City Council. Since the September 20th presentation, the project team has been working to translate the site feasibility study that we showed you into a working site plan to be able to fast track the bidding, permitting, and construction processes that are ahead. We did this with input from both city staff and from COTS and the Mary Isaac Center staff. We also brought on board civil, structural, and electrical engineerings to help us put the packages together. And in this first slide, we're looking at the original feasibility study. And I just would like to do a really quick recap of that so you can see how the project has evolved. So a few key aspects of this were that we had to preserve courtyard access. It's actually not shown in this image. It's beyond to the south is the bulk of the courtyard. But we had to preserve access and function for public works, recology, and streets. Public works are immediately to the south, as well as recology. And you can see streets, the word cut off, to the west. It was also determined through a series of meetings that the units should be on the south side of the Mary Isaac Center parking lot and the west side. And a big part of that was creating a little bit of separation from the Mary Isaac Center itself. It was also established early on that we should provide accessibility to all of the units and amenities on site with elevated walkways and ramps. And the key amenities were laid out in a central hub, which you see where the two wings intersect as kind of an L shape right there at the middle. It was also important to preserve vehicular access around the Mary Isaac Center for the residents, the staff, deliveries, and as a fire lane. And lastly, a new parking lot was in order because we took out several of the spaces with the housing units to the southwest. And that was offered up as part of the courtyard to be used temporarily. So I'd like to jump in to the next slide. This is showing how the site plan has evolved since the last hearing. I'd like to run through this really quickly since I know it's getting late. Again, the color coding's the same as the previous slide. The housing units themselves are the pink squares. There's 25 of them. We have 9 on the west side, and the remaining 16 are on the south edge. The light blue rectangles are the restrooms and showers. Blue rectangle is a laundry facility. And the 2 red rectangles are staff buildings. And lastly, the dark green thin rectangles are storage units that are used both by COTS and by some of the residents under supervision. Some important things that shaped this evolution of the site plan. One thing was through consultation with streets and with public works, it was determined that the new parking lot should be shifted a little bit to the north and elongated to the west to preserve more of the courtyard area to the south. This also allowed us to have the opportunity for a bigger outdoor eating and community area for gathering, eating, seating, also to cluster the amenities there a little bit more successfully. So the restrooms, the laundry, and one of the staff buildings. There's also a smoking area, and we've introduced bicycle racks on both sides of the entry drive. I don't know if you can zoom in on that. It's probably not necessary, but we have incorporated bicycle parking now. One of the comments was that we should reduce density. Let's just go back to the previous slide briefly. So if you look at the south edge, we had a double row of the housing units and these long straight elevated walkways, which is kind of the tan color. So similar on the west side, although we didn't have room for a double row. Let's go to the next slide. So to reduce density, we went to a single row on the south edge, and also softened the layout somewhat by staggering the units. And this also allowed us an opportunity to create some wider areas for informal social interaction and maybe some sitting areas. Furniture is mostly to be determined, by the way, site furniture. We also added some tree planters in places, especially or notably on the west side where it's a little bit barren currently. Those are between units 1 and 8. The small green circles are meant to represent the trees. And programmatically, we added 1 staff building from what we previously had, and that was due to requests for greater operational needs. To help offset the cost of that, we were actually able to decrease the number of showers and restrooms slightly while still staying within code requirements. So there are a number of other things here that we vetted, functional requirements in detail, such as confirming accessibility requirements, determining fence heights and fence type with the COT staff, and working with a new site survey to make sure that we conform to the existing conditions. So with that, I would like to pass it along to Andrew Henning, who's going to provide an overview of services.
Thank you, Chris. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. It's great to be with you this evening. We can go to the next slide. As Karen indicated earlier, I've been working with the city now for, I guess, about 5 months, and I was originally brought in to support with the strategic plan. So it's been kind of amazing to be seeing such momentum that's running in parallel to the strategic plan. So I think really the goal was to try to begin to fold some of the learnings from the strategic planning process into the design for this program. Just to say briefly, again, not going into too much detail about the plan, at this point, I've had a chance to review, past work sessions with the council, past staff reports from city staff. I've met with city staff, county staff, COC representatives, local service providers. I've conducted 2 in the field outreach trips to local encampments. We've done a lived experience session with people currently experiencing homelessness. And we've also administered a pretty in-depth survey analyzing local programs that have been completed by 41 local programs that are serving people experiencing homelessness. So at this point, we have a pretty comprehensive sense of some of the needs and gaps in the community. And so through that work, there have been certain kind of emerging guiding principles that have been coming up. And so that's what you see right here with the slide. Some of the guiding principles that are going into some of the recommendations for the service model for the People's Village. So, starting at the beginning, I think one is obviously we're talking about an interim housing program, but I think the key is really that we're always trying to keep an eye on that permanent housing placement. So as we're designing this, how do we make sure, and this is another principle here, how do we make sure that there's throughput from unsheltered homelessness to interim housing to then permanent housing? Those 2 are very key to the success of this program. We also want to make sure that we're trying to design a program that's going to meet the needs of the most vulnerable Petalumans currently experiencing homelessness, in particular chronic homelessness. And in doing that, we want to make sure that this is human-centered. So we're recognizing the unique needs of individual people in the homeless community and incorporating their feedback as we're creating and evaluating the success of this program. Next slide. Through our current outreach efforts, and this is really through the local outreach providers in the community, COTS, Downtown Streets Team, the SAVE program, just some kind of basic current data on what we're seeing on the street. Right now, there are approximately 100 or so people that are experiencing unsheltered homelessness in Petaluma. And it's actually a relatively stable community that's been experiencing homelessness for quite a long period of time. Based on the assessments that have been done for folks that are in this group, roughly 75% of them need permanent supportive housing. So that's long-term housing with wraparound support services, subsidized rent. That's really going to be the ideal service intervention to help people permanently resolve their homelessness. So thinking about this again, kind of telescoping to the future strategic plan, down the road, we're going to probably need to create about 100 units of permanent supportive housing to end chronic homelessness in Petaluma. Next slide. Fortunately, again, as I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of momentum right now that would signal that there's a path for achieving this. Obviously, the item tonight is around creating the service plan, approving the service plan for 25 units of interim housing. But I think what's also really exciting right now is, one, there's been a pretty massive infusion at a federal level of new housing subsidies, so new housing vouchers that can be used for people that are experiencing chronic homelessness throughout the county. Sonoma County, between both the CDC and the City of Santa Rosa's Housing Authority, have received approximately 280 emergency housing vouchers. And about a dozen of those are currently now out for referral in Petaluma. So that's a great opportunity to get people into permanent supportive housing. And then, of course, the last time I saw you, we were discussing Project Home Key. So again, looking into the next 12 months, that could be another opportunity to rapidly bring units online. Next slide. So bringing this all together, the question is, how do these different work streams fit together? So to maybe oversimplify what can be a very complex process in practice, this is really, I think, the ideal system that we're going for. Step one would be identifying a path to housing. Step two would be finding a place for folks to stabilize. And step three would be a permanent housing placement. This probably seems like a no-brainer, but I think what's actually really important and nuanced is that step one is often not always a step that communities take. Sometimes folks are referred over to a place to stabilize, and there's not always a path to housing. And what can happen is that people, again, who are very vulnerable, are referred into these stabilizing programs, and then without that path to housing well defined, it's very hard for them to actually successfully exit those programs. And when that happens, and people maybe time out of a program or just don't have success finding a housing placement, they become understandably frustrated and skeptical that the system can help them. And so that's a factor that can lead to this kind of long-term cycle of chronic homelessness, where again, people are feeling like the system's not delivering for them. So this path to housing is a subtle nuance that's actually very important to not only getting people into housing, but also having a good, I guess, customer experience, you could say, for people that are actually going into these programs. Next slide. And can you actually go 2 slides? One more slide. So basically then the proposal would be for the overall strategic service model for this program is that, again, we want to really leverage the fact that there are at present potential permanent supportive housing leads in the community, whether that's emergency housing vouchers or just more general permanent supportive housing referrals through the coordinated entry system. That's the county system for prioritizing housing placements. So the initial recommendation here is that we want to prioritize people experiencing chronic homelessness in Petaluma that have a path to housing. So what that is, that again, someone could qualify for permanent supportive housing through coordinated entry, or it could be one of these folks that might be eligible for an emergency housing voucher. Those folks would then be referred over to the program. There'd be wraparound support services, which we'll describe more in a second. And then as it would be basically a place where people could work on that housing placement, and then there would be throughput to that eventual permanent placement. That's really, again, what we're trying to create, serving the most vulnerable and creating that throughput to permanent housing. And staff has met with the county to talk about this model, and there seems to be conceptual support that we could really focus on people that are based in Petaluma who, again, have that path to housing. So if you could actually go back 1 slide, I think this visual hopefully can kind of illustrate this. So, obviously, again, with Housing First does not require any interim housing placement. People could always go straight from unsheltered homelessness to housing, and the data suggests that actually does work quite effectively for folks. But for some people that might need that stabilizing placement, this represents basically trying to identify those paths to housing, and then either referring direct to housing or referring people to the interim placement if that's something that they want, and then they would be placed to the permanent housing. So hopefully this visual we've been trying to find a visual that really illustrates how this would operate. And then you could go forward 2 slides, please. So in terms of services on site, you can see here, I'm not going to read through all this, but there's a really proposed robust wraparound service environment that's going to be implemented here. Obviously, there's a number of local partners, the streets team, COTS itself, legal aid, Petaluma People Services, all of which would be providing wraparound services for people in the program. There would also be on-site services around life skills and recovery, behavioral health, disability management. Again, all of those things that would hopefully be the initial building of relationships and service referral